I just realized y'all are staring at a black screen. Anyways, hi, I'm supposed to stream in about 2 hours for the LUTI Division X playoffs. Is this 2 hours later? Absolutely not. Because I am super freaking bored sitting on my bed, on my phone, watching YouTube shorts. So instead, I'm gonna stream stuff like Plague Inc. and Rebel Inc. Escalation. Because I feel like it. Yeah, I'm going to because I don't actually have no idea what screen it's going to prioritize, so I'm just going to boot up the game and figure it out myself. While y'all get to stare at a black screen. Looks like it's my primary monitor. That's actually what I wanted to intend in the first place, so sick. Source properties, automatic. Really? Yes, thank you. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, my. That's where it come from. Okay. Uh. Oh, I don't have desktop audio on. So, I do realize that I do have the incorrect game for Twitch. I'm gonna go ahead and change that for right now. Uh. Plague Inc. Evolved. Update. Alright, now that it's updated, it has the correct game. I also need to, like... I need to hide that. Me when I don't even know my own graphics. Okay. That should be fine. Alright. I'm gonna open up Discord real quick. Move it off to the side. There we go. I actually realized, is there an option to like... Hold on. Pause in the background. No. Auto pause game. No. I mean, I guess that's fine. What is... Oh. Well, I don't want that. So now if I go to like... Okay, so... What is that option? So I can like... Resolution. That is the incorrect resolution, my friend. Thank you. Target FPS. VSync should be on. Window mode full screen. Not much I can do. I guess we'll play with the Xenolith a little bit more. I've played with it a little bit. I could also like try to beat the coronavirus. I haven't been able to beat this, and I would like to unlock nanovirus and bioweapon and beat them as well as the simian flu on normal difficulty. I don't play mega brutal right now. I will just do this for right now. And I got no genes for this. Okasai, Zerophile, I don't really got much. Normal. I don't care the name. Saudi. So I actually do want the auto pause the game. Okay, I see. I do really like this music. Out of all the music in Plague Inc., I think the Necrovirus is my favorite. I also realized that I don't have chat pulled up. Let's get it pulled up. There we go. Actually, is there an option for me? That's my favorite. Those two notes. Anyways, where I probably should be doing a game capture over a display capture. Yeah, except now everything looks weird. Can it like not look weird? Oh my god, that is the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh my god. What is going on? I'm gonna hide this. Where, come on. Thank you. Can I zoom into this? I'm focusing on the vertical canvas right now. I guess that works. It's uneven, but whatever. Skipped frames. That's unfortunate. Now, horizontal canvas. Game capture. Wow, that's buggy. Oh, you know what? I realize I'm playing a PC game while streaming. It's not really a good combination for my PC right at the moment, but whatever. I'll live. Is there a way to smoothen this? I think lower FPS should be fine. Either that or I can lower the resolution, but I don't particularly want to do that. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, that looks weird. But I think I can live. Maybe. I need to like... I don't know how the stream looks. I might have to pull it up on my phone. Worst case, I play something like Champions, but I just want to play Ink. That's the thing. My phone's in my pocket. Let's pull up Twitch. I don't feel like pulling up YouTube. Oh yeah, it looks fine. On my end, anyways. Why is it not, like, unmuted? Oh, there we go. And I missed a bubble. Yay. Yeah, Streamlabs to me is very buggy, but my phone Twitch is fine. Insomnia. Actually, I did want that. I did not realize I had. Oh my god, I was not paying attention. Sure. I mean, I don't particularly mind. I'm not necessarily going for score or anything like that. I mean, I guess we can actually just leave it as it is, actually. More DNA would be nice. I'm not focusing on score at all, so I don't care if I, like, take a long time. Like, it's been 2 years. Oh, well, not 2 years. A year. But, like, I don't mind. Like, okay. I think we start focusing. Let's go for this. I was paying reanimation. We get that. We also get Horde Instinct. We can get Structured Travel later on. Or really Horde Mentality. Just as much zombie as I can possibly muster. Great, I'm in Mexico. I guess that's useful. And regenerative action, sure. But all we mostly need is symptoms and constant more symptoms. As far as I know. I don't really need to do much, just more like peptide search, etc. Come on. More DNA would be nice. Oh yeah, they're working here. We can actually beat the game with me being cured. Oh my god, I'm in Canada. Okay. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a problem. I don't have much lethality. I mean, we've destroyed Saudi Arabia at this point. Zcom is gonna set up in Russia or Scandinavia. So what we need to do? We need to go to US. That's only like the hundreds though. We're in Norway. The longer we wait, okay, Saudi Arabia is right. The longer we wait, the more powerful Zcom comes. Not scared. They're gonna set up in Sweden. Sure. We're destroying Africa. We might actually want to start somewhere else. In fact, I'm gonna restart. I've been having a hard time with the coronavirus, so I'm just trying. Let's do something new. Thank you for the screenshot. I did not mean to click that. Zombos, because I don't even care what the name is anyways. Just something that's less not basic. It might actually be better if I go for a little bit of early transmission. Something like zoonotic shift. Probably. I mean, it might ultimately not be necessary, but getting a little bit of something like bats would be nice. More mutation chance would be nice. It's probably gonna save my game over everything else. Let's get rid of rich countries, or not rich, urban. What would be what would be rich, actually? I have no clue. Is this poor? Oh, oh, it's arid. Okay, I was about to say a lot of Africa quite poor. Wait, that increases severity? Oh, that's right. Oh, right. The coronavirus, the transmission does increase severity. That's actually quite unique to this. Let's go for some insects. Bird would be nice. You can actually get all of Saudi Arabia. New minor disease spreading, but I think my transmission. Science concerned about the zombies. Yeah, that's normal. Polyphagia. Ring Canada. Is there anything? Oh, right. There's resistance. I guess we can actually go for some cold as well. I'm popping zombies late. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I don't feel like popping it really early. Alright, I'm popping it now. Because now we're like, look at China and Saudi Arabia. We can actually enhance sensor integration is probably all we need. We can go peptide surge and massive capillary attention. I cannot pronounce that. Okay, we got, well, wow, there's like 7 bells going to USA. That's crazy. Okay, we're all over Asia. I'm assuming ZCOM gets popped in South America, North America, or somewhere in Europe. Worst case, New Zealand. Finland, of all things. Okay, we have a lot of China. What we can do is that we can go like that. And more symptoms, because we ultimately need symptoms that get that severity as high as possible. We don't even care about infectivity or lethality at this point. Though, having some DNA would actually be nice, so I can like send some zombos. Oh my god. Oh, holy. Holy actual crap. Okay, we actually have a lot of zombos in Russia. I think we can actually destroy ZCOM here. Yep, ZCOM is destroyed. Alright, let's go. That was actually quite simple. And we need to get to places like the islands, or otherwise I will die. We're actually in the Philippines, for Papua New Guinea. We're not even in the Caribbean. We can send some zombos to the Caribbean. We're in Greenland now. I think we'll do fine. We can send more from USA to Canada. River Slaughter, we don't care. We can send some zombos here, here. We can send more zombos here. We can send zombos here. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. The cure is almost ready. We do not care about the cure. In fact, if we want more complexity, we can actually go for even more symptoms. Discover the splitter combo. The cure is ready, but I don't think the cure even matters at this point. Like, who's left that's healthy? Hold on. Let's actually go for this. We might need it. Who's left that's healthy? Like, actually. Iceland, Ukraine, Poland. And apparently a bunch of countries actually. They're just infected. Iceland's actually fully... What how's Iceland? About to be destroyed. Morocco's destroyed. And we destroyed humanity. All it took was actually me to do it late, of all things. That's interesting. Nanovirus! Okay, we have genetic mimic actually. ATP boost, genetic mimic, of all things. Aquasite, Zerophile, and Symptostasis. That should be fine enough. We can play on normal. Leave it as packs, because I'm not unique with names. Saudi Arabia. So what's unique about nanovirus is that they're immediately going to start working on cure. This is a race against the clock. It doesn't matter if I'm detected or not. They're going to start working on the cure immediately. So we can slow future broad. It's called a kill switch here. We have unique abilities to increase the time needed in order for the kill switch to be developed. But right now we need to go as fast as possible. So stuff like necrosis early would be nice, and as well as constant symptoms. Make sure we're getting that cold resistance in that air and water transmission. But unlike the other disease types, we have to be moving faster, otherwise we're going to be cured. Like the entire, look at that, it's completely filled up. So it's a race against the clock. I'm not even detected. And yet, they're fully working on the kill switch. 3 more DNA, we can get skin lesions. We got skin lesions, we need 4 for sneezing. Alright, we get sneezing, we need air and water preferably arid right now. Air. Sick, we have it. We can get water right about right now. We also need a round of cold resistance pretty early on, despite the fact that we're not even in places like Russia or Canada. We're in Japan, so we're actually in the rich countries now. So we're gonna need that drug resistance and genetic hardening. Look at that, they're 43%. We're gonna need a genetic reshuffle very early on. We're gonna slow future broadcasts. I have been detected now. We're gonna slow future broadcast speed, which is basically a genetic hardening for nanovirus. And in fact, we're gonna actually get some cold resistance now. We might need another level of drug resistance. Perhaps. Let's get more water transmission. Possibly we can actually go for some bird if we want to. Wow! Okay, that bird is actually being really helpful to me right now. Let's go for some more water and air. We can go for heat resistance in places like Iceland. We can go for another level of cold resistance instead. In fact, I will do that. Let's slow it down even more. And even more, we can go for the necrosis now. We can get nausea. It's very risky for the fact that we're not spreading in places like Russia. And the fact that we're not, but I need to pop it a little bit early. Probably. What's our... I guess we can go for pneumonia. We can go for... some drug resistance. We actually have drug immunity. That's actually nice. Very high levels of bird migration. We are in Greenland thanks to the bird. So we can actually pop things like the total organ failure. I do not have enough DNA points. Okay, I'm fully sequenced, so I'm not sure if it's going to fully matter at this point. I need a mutation chance to be on my side. It is not. We got Somnia instead. Was able. Let's pop that. Let's pop that and let's get that insanity. We can go for the hemorrhagic shock next. But it's basically a win now. There's no longer any healthy people. I have so many lethal symptoms now. We can go for the dysentery and diarrhea. We can go for abscesses. Just more complexity. But doing everything very quickly is very important on this disease type. Internal hemorrhaging got popped. Pulmonary edema. We can actually finish off all the symptoms. Repair overload. Increasing activity for a short time. Oh, that's what that was. Okay, I see. Profuse bleeding. We don't care. And that's everyone dead. That was really quick and 4 stars. I did not expect that. 325 days within a year. Nice. But it's just doing everything fast. It's a time against the clock. Alright, it's now the bioweapon. I guess we can actually do that real quick. ATP boost would be nice. Symptostasis. Maybe pathostasis, but sympto. Suppression, more likely across a closed land border. I don't care. Genetic mimic. Normal difficulty, and let's go. So the trick with bioweapon is that the lethality is going to build over time despite not having any symptoms. So though it can be really, really helpful, we gotta make sure it's under control. So we have stuff like nucleic acid neutralization, which will reset the lethality, but it'll build back up over time to where it was at. It's basically reset without it showing. We have deactivated modified genes. This will reduce how much lethality is going to build up over time, like the actual lethality here. And this just, oh, I mixed that up. This is what reduces the lethality build, and this just completely resets the lethality. Right now we need the skin lesions and the sneezing. That would be really nice right now. It is a bioweapon, so we will be killing. We gotta make sure we have that lethality under control. Let's decrease the amount of lethality build. Like, we already have a lot of lethality for this stage of the game. In fact, I'm going to do a little bit of a reset. Let's go for sneezing. And let's go for that air and water transmission. I have increased in diarrhea, so I cannot pop that, or otherwise it will cure me faster. Until later in the game, we need that air transmission, like right about now. Thank you. And I will need that water transmission as well. I got really lucky with the DNA output there. Bird might be nice, though it's not absolutely necessary. We can go for cold resistance right about now, or really. Holy crap! That's okay. Yeah, cold resistant. We're in Iceland now. We're in places like Japan. We actually need drug resistance of all things, because we're actually in the USA, Mexico, and Japan. Is this really a rich country? It is. So that is also going to be important. Now we're actually in places like Germany. First, that's in Iraq. That's the lethality build. We could do another reset, though I prefer to reduce the gain. What we can do is that we can do a reset, and then we'll build back up. We could go for another level colder. This is what I actually will do. I actually will do a reset here. Pause the lethality for a minute, and let it build back up. We need more activity, that's what we need, probably. And also water transmission. More air and water, that would be nice. Maybe some bird would be nice. We need to, like, spread in places like Russia. Or in Norway as well. So we have better chance in Greenland. If not, I have to pop bird. And we have to take, in fact, I'm going to pop bird now and livestock. And we have to be really lucky if Greenland decides to close. If the necrosis got mutated, I do not want necrosis right now. Let's go for reducing the buildup. Let's go for genetic mimic and heat resistance. Let's go for pneumonia, actually. We need to spread places like Russia and Norway. And Canada as well. Nausea got popped. New Zealand did a global cure effort. Pop some CS, I guess. Please, in Greenland. Nice, the bird did it. Okay, now we can pop necrosis. We can get total organ failure. We can get insanity. We got vomiting now. And now that's just game. As long as we don't kill in Greenland, we have a really high lethality and we can just let it build. In fact, what we can do is that there is an ability right here that will go set the severity and lethality very, very high. We could do that as a last ditch effort if we wanted to do things quickly. But that means that they're going to increase the cure by like a whole lot. Let's go for it, because now we're actually in the stage of the game. Unlock Annihilate Gene. Unleash Armageddon on the world. Lethality is completely maxed out. It's probably at 2 bars at this point. So with severity. And now, that's a win. Because we kill so fast at this point. Let's go for some just extra complexity, I guess. electric shock, stuff like this, yada yada yada. Yay! 4 stars. Alright, sick. We got base oxidation, main game. This one's a unique one. We're not gonna start in Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna hint that right now. But we gotta be focusing on the Gen Sys labs and stuff like that. And then once we do that, it'll be a pretty easy gene type. Normal. Sure. Okay, so we're going to start where the apes are. So there's a lot of apes in West Africa, Central Africa, and Indonesia. There's like a whole bunch of them. But we're going to start in Central Africa. That's probably the country where the most apes are. I think it's like 50,000 or something along those lines. And I'm going to go for a specific strategy. I'm not going to do the migration thing. Instead, we're going to try to infect every single country at once with the ape transmission, not the humans. We're not going to focus on the humans right now. The goal is to kill all humans. Like, that's still a thing. But we'll at least get like, I'm not sure how the win condition actually works, but it's like something like mine. But my strategy here is that there's a specific ability I'm gonna pop much later once we infect every single country with the apes. Once we do so, then we're going to pop that one ability, which will allow the ape to human transmission, and it will affect every single country regardless of borders, which means I don't have to worry about the cold resistance. I don't have to worry about the water and air transmission. I don't have to worry about bird, even there's actually a different set of transmission if I remember correctly. But I can pop this, and this Gen Sys lab will be destroyed. And I will pop the apes. There are going to be an ability I will go for immediately, and that will be the I forgot what the ability is called, but it's the simian flu of Horde Instinct. Allows me to travel. Now, for right now, wait. We can go for transmission. We do have some unique transmission. Of course, we have an air wire. We have fomites for the wealthy. We have blood. We have insect, bird, and bat. So we are in a poor country that is actually rural. So neuroenhancement we do not want, because what this does, it makes a human smarter, increasing research speed. So we actually want to devolve this. This leads to total brain death later. But as of right now, we do not want this. Now might be the time to pop the apes. And what we're going to do is that we're going to go for ape rampage, colonies, and organized travel. We need those abilities pretty much immediately. Those are like the most important abilities of all time. And also, we're going to later go down cognitive shift. This allows me to farm DNA from the ape bubbles in colonies. This renders the red bubbles useless. So, which is why the ATP boost is more important than the metabolic jump. However, I don't have metabolic jump, so not useful to me anyways. This lab will be destroyed momentarily. We're going to use ape escape. Now what this will do is that we have this little unique of ape intelligence. And we do, oh my god, 400,000. That's 400,000 here. We're gonna immediately set up a colony here, so that I can get more bubbles. Let's get organized travel. We can later get the cognitive shift. Intelligent apes colony farm. Yeah. Now that bubble, I just popped that green bubble, gave me DNA. What the cognitive will do is increase the DNA generated. That means we're gonna have a lot of colonies. At least 3. We also want to have the rampage. We can be destroying those census labs. We did get rash that I'm not going to devolve that. That is pretty useful right now. That's 4 DNA. I don't find primal awareness useful, which is why I'm not going to pop that. I am going to pop the cognitive shift. I will not do the migration. What is this actually? Colonists increase ape transmission. Yeah, sure. But ape migration, I'm not going to pop that. Probably ever. I think what we'll do is that we're going to go up to Europe, set up colony, and go to Asia. That's 9 DNA. That is actually a lot. I think what we'll do here is that we are going to send an ape colony to Japan. Actually not from Central Africa. Who else do we have affected? Not much. What can we do? Increase chances of ape to ape mutation, or so, and then more ape to ape transmission. Let's do that. Just more ape to ape transmission. What we can do here is that we can probably go for the air and water. I mean, it's just extra infectivity. It's not necessarily like good, but it's not terrible. Just more DNA for ape colonies. I will be heavy relying on that. We do have a lot. I'm hoping that we do infect places like West Africa and East Africa. We actually do have East Africa infected. We do have Sudan. We do not have West Africa at the moment. What we're gonna do is that I'm going to do a travel, and I gotta be strategic here because the countries that apes will go over will be infected as well. So I do have to be a little bit more strategic about it. We're gonna go to Japan. So now Saudi Arabia is going to be infected, hopefully. Yep. 9200. There we go. Photophobia, sure. Now we're gonna get places like Pakistan. We're going to get India. Now what we can do another organized travel from actually Morocco of all things. Or what should we do? We can actually do South Africa. We can go from like, oh, that's the wrong ability. Whoops. We can do an organized travel from here to the USA, infecting places like Brazil and Africa, and I think it also infects Central America. Probably not. Pharyngitis. We're actually in Angola. Somehow we're actually in West Africa in terms of infected. I think we're going to do another organized travel. We're going to go from China to the UK. I guess we can actually increase the speed of travel if we want to. Over large distances, logistics. Allows them to migrate over large bodies of water. Over land, that's really what's important to me right now. Actually, we can go for water if we want to. We have a lot of DNA right now. I'm surprised they're not working on cure right now. I have been detected. I've just not been detected. Sick. Let's go from Zimbabwe to Madagascar for right now. Do have none in Zimbabwe now, but I think we can set up a colony here now in Mexico. That's not the right ability. Colony here. We do a colony here. This is the only colony that I'll have set up. Alright. And also having in every country is also useful for the fact that it's actually go to Canada as well, infecting Greenland and Iceland along the way. How much do we have in India? All of it. Little on the unfortunate side, not gonna lie. I mean, we can go from India to Papua New Guinea. How many do we have in Philippines? Not much. We still have China available to us. What's our infectivity like in places like Korea? Oh, we're fully infected. Let's do this. Okay, so we're actually gonna be a little bit more severe. Oh, actually, hold on. We're actually gonna fight this. Destroyed. We actually can go for more combat advantage. We have another lab. There. Nice. Alright, what we can do now is that we can actually go for the one ability I was talking about. Is in transmissions right here. Affects every country, infects every country. Look at that. And there we go. I have 154 DNA. Look at that. I'm surprised we've been infected Greenland. Oh, because there's only 3 apes. There's only 4 here. Okay. Air and water might be useful. We can actually go for, there's pneumonia available. We can go for cold and drug. Colonies increase ape to ape, sure. Not really that useful. But now it's going to be like all-out transmission at this point. We can go for the fomites, insect, bird, etc. Just increase that infectivity by a lot. And that, sure. Now let's destroy the slab. Drones are gonna target me. Oh wait, no, I have to move them. Right. Okay, hold on. We can actually just like sick. What this looks that will kill my apes. Look at that. Well. Oh my god, there's actually a okay, let's lab this way. Let's move our apes up here. We need transmission. I'm surprised that we're not like, yeah. Where are our wild apes actually? Got the ability I'm looking for. Oh my god, I'm not paying attention. What's that? There another lab? That's travel. Oh, they destroyed my camp. Shh. Oh my god, that's actually kind of dumb. That's... Oh, there's an ape there. Huh, okay. That's unfortunate. Guess we can just, like, travel that way. And we can put another organized travel. Enhance me. Devolve that. How have we not infected Iceland? What? That's actually long. To me. I don't know. Okay, now we have Greenland infected. Um, I'm fully sequenced, but I don't know. We need a reshuffle. Alright, meningitis. Where's all of the healthy at? Iceland. Alright, sick. Let's just go for a full on. Not ape here. The ape thing here, please. Thank you. Total brain death. There we go. Create the planet of the apes. Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. It took me 1,000 days. That's really long. Yeah. It took a long time, that's for sure. But it's still 4 stars. For sure. Yep. Well, that's... I accidentally disconnected my mic. That is my bad. That is definitely an interesting scenario. That's for sure. Now it's time to, like... What is it time to do? I have no idea. That's 4 games, or really 5. Really? 5. Anyways, that's 4 disease types. How through am I through cure mode? Actually, not much. I could just do a bunch of cure mode if I wanted to. I don't really feel like it, but I could. I think I'm gonna switch over to Oh wow, yeah. I'm switching over to Rebel Inc. I will go ahead and switch over the game real quick on Twitch. Since I'm no longer playing Rebel Inc. Escalation. Now you got escalation. Remember what? Why the heck not? We're gonna do. It's okay. Hold on, oh well, sorry, I might get fucks. Not sponsored, by the way. I just want to know what the bundle is. I want to know what it costs. I forgot what it's called. CNDs. I was at CND Secrets DC and $100 Disasters DLC. Okay, that's right. Secrets $100 Disasters. Please, I have both. Wait, I'm gonna code. Flow on your matchmakers. It was known. Alright. Oh, okay, let me choose for a second. Wait a second. That is. There's traffic on the ED. Apply. Okay, got it. Main road case, so like. Just let the just split it. Still, at first, I got easily. I actually have to change settings for the street. That's interesting. I should need to check. Oh, my GPU usage is insane. That was online. Well, yay! I think it's kind of like insane. Okay, we're 50%. That's reduced. I'm thinking probably. Alright, okay, let's low as hell. The extra stuff will do it. Alright, game is terrible, but I can't play that game. No, Zeta, systems. Oh, I see. This is kind of different. We can already. And it's realistic. We're gonna do why not? No reason not to. Oh yeah, the game looks terrible. But whatever. Where do I start? Wait, hold on. Where do I start? I forgot what the question is. I mean, go to Central Location, I guess, or Tech City. Let's go to City. Boom, boom, boom. Yay. It's let it go. I'm gonna change settings in this. And Streamlabs, probably. Video. I just realized how loud is this game. Too loud, actually. Sick. Here's it a little bit quieter then. Hi, please. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm actually holding one. This. And no regional concerns. Okay, yeah. But there's a replay. Okay. We're going to spread. I'm going to take over the play. It's really nice. We're gonna jack up it. Okay, so the camp is right there. So I'll put the camp here. Full on. Maybe I didn't hear her. That's huge. For homes. It's not our six. I don't know. Our trust. Yeah. No camp here. Sorties. For the national surgery, we go mansion. That's a little. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, he's shoot. He's up to the side. Go to the mouse, please. Okay, perfect. Really like this. Titles. Actually, that's me. Okay, dead. You're here. Right, long session. Oh, we need direction. What do we have? Anyway. Tell my health and jobs I hold. Actually, who's here? This oh, okay. Okay. So, there's my point. Just around. Get right back. We need a strategy. I don't know, actually. Purge? Apple. Oh, yeah, okay. Look at that. Like, okay, it's further. Fish dogs. Catch over there. This fish. I can't afford to lose these. That's easier. Hey, fall down, Jim. Oh, my head. Okay, so for us, that's bullshit. I can't believe this is doing this time. Let's try out. Well, yeah, sorry. I literally have fun for it all. Alright, full time. Oppression, I so. Holy crap. What? Oh. We're good. How's everyone? People lost it. Oh, there it is. New use of security. Sure. I'm trying to route things. They had filter. Oops, chief. Harass, head. No, I apologize. Cover. Oh, that's bad. Well, red with back. Going to tackles. Stronger, faster, longer, and raise bad. Start. Chance of sorry or where's ranked? Sorry, bam! Sorry, I apologize. Oh, cool. Where's what you Red. Alright. Here we go. Garrison. Neat. Long. Tunnel. And force remain deadly. Super rich out this. More caution. What did you do? I think it looked a second. Structure. Alright, cool. Check, like. Carry. Jesus. Sure. With a. Pressing go, that's really nice. Alright, sick. Ready? And lost. There are. We beat Black Case. Got Shipper. We have Lecter. I'm exiting the game. Cause holy crud. The skipped frames was crazy. And my GPU is still going crazy because of the stream. Okay. I'm going to guess that it is back. Alright, what is it like? Ooh. Alright. Let's lose another game of Clan Blades to get a 900 calc and leave. Oh my god. How stupid is an A? Oh. Well, I'm part of the problem. There you go. Really? We grabbed Pity? Why? Rams is just not my forte. I got one. Pets are dead. Sure. Really? Oh, so I'm gonna die to the rain. unfortunate. I can't single-handedly carry everything. Yay! We got horrible calcs for this thing, because I cannot single-handedly carry everything like everyone expects me to. $1,400, I expected less. I guess. So great, my Zone's X power is basically like carrying me over here. I'm gonna deal with something for Senida Inc. Okay. I am not 2000 XP in Tenatech. I am 1900. What the heck? What is my X power? It might show here. Says 1915.8. Oh, you can't put decimal. Okay, sure. Well. Alright, zones time. Oh, it's 12:30. Well, I do need to set myself up. Stringers on both sides. Sure. Oh, what? Oh, carbon. Oh, sorry. There's a sprinkler destroyed. Come for it. Little dumb on me for pushing up the way I did. Okay, so there's lag. Good to know. This lag is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Oh, sick. Can this screen, like, go away, please? Nope. Hey, yay, more lag. That is certainly going to be a fun time, right? And we have triple slider too. Like, triple slider is already bad by itself. At least it's on decently strong weapons. And then add in screen, and then you just get whatever the heck this composition is. The main weapons itself are strong, but we basically get, like, no specials, in a way. Three sliders basically having two full specials. Gosh. Oh yes, lag. You know where I think this lag is coming from? EU. I don't think I'm in an A here. Oh, yep. We got a DC on one of our sliders. It's probably the strongest one. Oh, hello, Brella. Bruh, you're not painting zone. Okay. So not only we have lag, we have trash teammates. Gotcha. That was really late. Hello. How are you? I'm doing well. 15 minutes till a watch party. I'm hoping for finals that it's Hypernova versus EZM. It's EZMD that's in playoffs, right? I can't exactly remember. Anyways, if it is EZMD versus Hypernova, that would be so hype for me. What watch party? LUTI Division X playoffs. It's happening in 15 minutes. Release a stream from Splatoon Tourney. It's lasting like 4 hours probably. Yep, it's this game. That is currently being played. You're not from Splatoon? Come here, Brella. Yes, okay, we won despite the lag and my team having a DC. Great. Like 1 month after release is 3. How can I become that good? Oh, that's fair. I mean, it's not too late to be in competitive Splatoon. There's still content that's being there's still content that's coming. Right now there's rumors of more third kits coming soon, and this major update we got the new floor aura and the flow aura mechanic, and of course the hitbox changes also, and a bunch of other crazy stuff like X-wing changes. I'm level 10. That's fair. Not to like... Not to like brag or anything, I'm level 80. I am in switching over to something like something too. Oh. Oh, slider. Oh, okay. Thank you, H3. Forge, sorry. There's no H3. Oh, thanks for the follow. There's no H3. It's Forge. Forge. In the corner of my eye, it looked like H3, but no, it's Forge. Forge is a good weapon. Oh, thank you, Brella, for... Is there even more lag in this lobby? I mean, at least it's playable. Oh, hello. At least it's playable. Oh my god. Slide. Okay, never mind. Zipcaster, be careful. Come on, Dapples is one. Oh, come on. Yo, the Dapples was one. Come on. Got him. Sliding Nebrella. Jumping. I hate the fact that we have a splatter color screen in our team. That's probably like the worst thing about this game. About the past few games, really. Oh, great. Strike, Brella. I dare you to strike. Thank you. Thank you for striking the most... At the... What? Wow, my awareness is terrible right now. Sliding. Got one? Oh, Stamper. Come on, 2 down. We have an advantage. Push. Get the freaking zone. Brella's down. Come back. I can farm another slider. Bruh. Okay, so confirm there is lag in this lobby. Sliding. Bruh. Or I help you, DC. Just so you know. Oh my god. No! Really? We have the zone! We have the freaking zone! You know what? Oh, come on. Well, I'm stuck with a teammate with screen again. Calm. What? Okay, there's an immense amount of lag. I normally do not have this kind of lag issues. Like, what the heck? We have Zep. Traded. Wow, that was interesting. Oh my god. We're gonna need zone for like a minute. Low awareness auto bombs. Yay! Oh, the S-Blast. Left is forge. What? No, 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 no. I do not believe that was the one shot. Sliding a forge. No! Oh my god, I hate lag. Well, however, the stream is about to start. So, probably not, but like Katie is not something I care about. I mean, at least you got at least one trade. One trade is fine. Still useful to your team. Rule number one, though, I will say rule number one of ranked is, it is not a team game, it is a solo game. You are expected to carry regardless of what weapon you play. But your teammates can also just grief you, such as lag and screen. Like that griefed me pretty hard. I'm pulling up the stream. And I accidentally closed Discord. I guess that's fine. They're not live yet? Come on. I guess we wait for the Splatoon tourney ping. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna wait for the ping. The first game that's supposed to be right about now, that's going to be live, is Hypernova versus Frutella. Oh! It's live! Except for the fact that it's on ads. It's just a little on the unfortunate side, but that's what we're dealing with. Right. Hypernova versus Frutella. I'm on the side of Hypernova because Synapse is absolutely goated. And I want to see Hypernova win. But as of right now, I'm going to get a snack for myself. I'm back. I'm surprised Hypernova and Frutella hasn't gone through. Hasn't. Yeah. Oh. Predict with the custom amount. Um. I spent all of it on Hypernova. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to LUTI tonight, but really it's LUTI today. It's a crisp 10:06 a.m. here on the west side. I'm imagining for Keon it's about 12 o'clock, a nice little noon time. The sun is out and shining, and Keon, we're in Division X semifinals. The finals for Division X are happening today. It all comes down to this.
This is going to be so much fun to cast in general, and not just for us, also for the viewers out there as well, Seth, because it's always a fun time to be able to do all of the games in Division X in one fell swoop, and we get to do it here today. Also, Seth, an even funnier note is that it's the first division to wrap up this LUTI season 2, so we get every bonuses here today. And why not a fantastic leadoff match here, Seth? Hypernova and Frutella, you got the records on screen. Hypernova finishing first in their group, Frutella finishing second in their respective groups. And I think, Seth, to say the least, I'm hoping that this first set is a telltale sign of things to come throughout the Division X broadcast here today.
Well, so here's the thing. Hypernova is coming off of whether you want to call it a heater or not, of a day yesterday,
Sure.
of the first official week of NA League 2026. They were able to clench 4th place in the top 8 yesterday. Honestly, riding high from that situation yesterday. Definitely feeling pretty fresh coming against Frutella. They did play Frutella earlier on in the season, of course. So just looking to try to run it back here today, and I feel like maybe practice with NA League and the Goliaths that were playing in top 8 in NA League yesterday will hopefully give us some good practice and a good warm-up, get the blood flowing. Perhaps maybe some lymphatic exercises, to get the blood flowing, to get the juices flowing. I myself, Keon, did some hops today. I did some neck tapping to make sure that my lymphatic drainage system was going to be cooperating with me today, so I could be here with y'all to chit chat. But nonetheless, enough of whatever I'm saying in your personal health. There's Splatoon to be played on Humpback Pub Track.
Yeah, Humpback Pump Track Zone's our lead-off map here in this best of 9. Of course, we tell on the outside, Bravo side, or pink color side, is going to be Hypernova. And I look at the weapons right out of the gate here. We got the cooler option from Storm being fielded here for Hypernova. So we're gonna be seeing dueling cooler options, Dynamo on Frutella's side, followed by the Tri-Slot Duvo. I feel like both of those weapons will play very differently here, as we're about to load right into this. About less than 30 seconds in, already the first punch has been scored from Frutella. They are pushing Hypernova just a little bit back here. Henlo and Synapse, of course, the duo who has been with Hypernova for quite a while, is still trying to wrestle and find some picks. They're able to single out the slosher. Saf already lean ourselves in, and both teams still train zone for zone so far.
Yeah, an incredible spread, too, coming out from Hypernova. I mean, you have all 4 members kind of taking over zone and just trying to get as much paint out as possible. However, Frutella is here to clap back, now taking zone in possession. The very minimal penalty now not standing in their way. With 2 members going down, this is looking good for a climb for Frutella.
Yeah, and already the full aura state for as they're trying to pressure them back by pretty much anchoring the zone with all their power. You got 50 still using the aptly named 52 Gal about a few numbers off. Henlo, by the way, is throwing out a few suction bombs as well, trying to see if they can poke 58 out of the board. But so far, Henlo, with this mint decap, not able to pressure them out quite yet until they finally did with the assist from Synapse. But the more that this progresses, Frutella is able to take home a lot of points. Now with the bubble and all the paint being thrown into the mixture here, it looks like Hypernova should be able to get the zone potentially here, but this is still some great painting output from Frutella, and they should be able to squeeze out maybe a handful of extra points as Frutella slowly losing members there, about 1 on each end, but Hypernova on the other hand has lost too many fights, and Saf already first game on the board. It is going to be Frutella taking home game 1.
Yeah, that was kind of a cascade effect coming from Frutella, just really clear dominance on the zone side of things, because you could see too that a couple members of Hypernova unfortunately met their demise just a little bit too close to the zone there. So as you know, if you are taken down by your opponent, there is a big opponent color that comes out below you. And so due to that, the zone is going to be covered for your opponent. So looking at the replay here, this is kind of where I think things kind of fell apart for Hypernova. You could see it, like I was saying earlier, they had a lot of the resources and the players just kind of tapping the zone, but staying out of harm's way, not trying to make sure that they don't get picked off in the zone, but still very present in the middle section. However, you can see 58 and Slurp going in and pincering off one member and then taking Synapse down in the process. And especially with having those tri-strikes as just kind of an insurance coverage, just to make sure the GG strikes, if you will. I mean, yeah, signed, sealed, delivered for Frutella.
This is kind of a fascinating game because it's not like there were situations where you had like multiple members down pretty much from a few fights. It was like kind of just staggered one down after the other and after the other, and Frutella was able to sustain with the weapon setup that they had. So I wouldn't say it's like a weird game per se, but it was one of those games where it wasn't like one big team fight that did it. It was just a lot of pain, a lot of contesting of the zone in general for Frutella, and just keeping the members alive when they so needed it. So now for Hypernova, pretty much down 1-0. Of course, best of 9, you can give yourselves a few map leeway, if you will, to basically get yourselves all ironed out. You're now entering Hagglefish Market Tower Control, another staple of the Tower Control maps for those wondering. And I think, Saf, from anything you can gather here from the weapons you see so far, could we be seeing any adjustments, or could this just be both teams might be able to run it back, especially with this different map mode coming up?
Well, first and foremost, I'm really impressed to see Henlo kind of step out of their comfort zone. I mean, time and time again, Henlo is like the wiper stamp player, like the one that you think of when you think of that weapon. You're like, yeah, or you think of Omega, you know, whatever. But like Henlo is one of those people, and so seeing Henlo pick up the decap here is a really fun kind of thing or variable to add to the mix. And I say this, but now they're gonna pick the sticker stamper, so it's kind of fun to see Henlo flex like this, even though they're in their same weapon pool.
It's exactly what you noticed. Like, we all know Henlo's this amazing wiper player, and now Henlo's dishing out a very unique weapon, despite it pretty much being in the same class. So I want to see if the Blue Bombs are going to be coming out in play here for Henlo, and just being able to use this sticker stamper to full effect. Meanwhile, on the other side for Frutella, you also have the the mini Splatling there with the Ultra Stamp that was available. And I think it was completely shut down entirely from Hypernova's end, excuse me. Couple members already quickly dropping here so far. Storm and Synapse now lurking towards Frutella's base, basically, and the Blue Bomb being used to just see if they can single anybody else out of Frutella. Slow and steady, I guess, is the approach so far. Cooler being used, and this E leader, of course, is gonna be able to pop the wave breaker here. But this is gonna be the first checkpoint, basically being fought over for, as the staggered trip strikes will stop this push in its tracks. And Saf, about a minute left to go in the game. First checkpoint gonna be clear here from Hypernova potentially.
Yeah, really close to the checkpoint clear. There's not really a lot of contention happening. You can see Andy can't really reach too far with that mini Splatling, but they're going to provide a little bit of pressure and narrowly get taken by that Booyah Bomb. They tried to jump out, but unfortunately met their demise there. Storm has the cooler online. This could be a good little suspension point for Hypernova to just maintain a little bit of pressure in the middle section. However, Frutella is closely collapsing in on the center stage here. The specials are going to be popped, and 2 members of Hypernova now going down. Frutella is in the driver's seat.
Make that a delayed 3, and that is going to put the 52 known as 58 basically deep into Hypernova's side. They're trying to pressure them out, and that should be an imminent lead swap here if they're to keep this up going. And the trip tricks, nicely used on the right-hand side to space out Hypernova a bit. It is going to be a lead change, but with less than 2 minutes into this game. Wave Bomb is pretty much used by Hypernova to push Frutella back. You saw pretty much glimmers of hope there from Hypernova being able to at least stop Frutella's offense there, especially with that delayed 3, which opened the floodgates a bit here from Frutella. But Hypernova's defense does hold strong, but Saf, once more, Hypernova in a deficit, but it's not a bigger one this time.
Yeah, just a measly 10 points. We can totally make that up there. Not all hope is lost. And especially if you have Henlo coming around on the flank here, you can see that the pencil player is getting called out, and then that's number 2 getting called out. 2 pieces of your force are getting taken, and Hypernova has to capitalize on this to try to keep momentum moving. The wave breaker maybe going to cause a little bit of defense. You can see Andy has to back up, and there's not a lot of fight or space that they're able to take at the moment. But now with all members of Frutella standing, and especially having Mirage in the center stage and trying to push forward with their with the E-leader of their own, you would think that having that reach would maybe cause like a little bit more concern for Frutella. But so far, Frutella has been holding the keys to the city for the last couple minutes.
I feel like the underrated member of here from Frutella so far has been Slurp, and Slurp has been using these flanking opportunities here with their slosher to great effect, able to either get trades or get two at the cost of their own lives. It's still value for Slurp, and again, you dish out a lot of damage on the Storm. You go down, but the rest of the team is able to follow suit, and it's kind of stopping Hypernova dead on its tracks here for a bit. And Frutella is perfectly content from what we're seeing so far, playing this one very defensively or keeping it at a neutral game. Again, Slurp gets another trade, but again, with the way that the game state is, any trade will help Frutella a lot. So you got it for Hypernova. It's just singling out members, trying to catch them by surprise or get them cornered. And Sap, so far, Hypernova's having a tough time at it. Frutella's holding strong close to this neutral space here with about 1 minute and 5 left.
Yeah, to me, it seems like Henlo has been such a key player in this match. Already taking down 2 members, 3 members of Frutella are now down. It seems to me that Synapse is maybe having a little bit of a hard time getting set up. A couple of different times we saw them go down in fights and trying to get that wall set up. You know, like taking the steps. You have to take the steps in place in order to get to where you want to go. And it doesn't seem like Synapse is quite hitting those like second and third steps before they're taken out of the process. But now to the 47 mark, so close for Hypernova, just a couple points away. But the 2 members that were pushing that tower are now taken out of the game. Mirage is the last one standing. Storm and Synapse here to try to follow up and coming in on the flank. Both teams have been really steadfast on going in on the flank. And you know what? I said that Synapse just needed a little bit of time, and that was it. That's 3 members of Frutella down. Hypernova steering clear.
Yeah, now you need Synapse to keep this pressure up there with their full aura state, and they were able to do just that. Game 3 is huge, and these are early trip strikes that are being thrown. They are staggered a bit. They're trying to get them out of the tower here. Henlo has to throw this Booyah Bomb just so you can keep this tower alive, and that at least will be OT. But can everybody stay alive at the exact same time? The answer is going to be no, because Slurp and the pencil was all over this one. So close once again from Hypernova, but just fell a few yards short of the finish line. And Frutella's up 2-0 after 2 games, and so far, Frutella's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? When I feel like that sometimes there's a little bit more pressure, on like a little more pressure on the pulse when you are in a 10-point like gap like this. The gap is so close. It's really not that far for Hypernova to try to get on Frutella's level here, to try to level out the score. But I feel like when you get so close to that point, and especially right here when they actually got to the 47-point mark, you could see that was where everything fell apart there, because Frutella just had the players in the right places at the right time. And to me, it feels like that's really where the pressure point comes through, because that's where the stress comes in, where you need to try to maintain your lead as much as possible. And now it's even more stressful, especially with Synapse coming in to your base, with the tower moving towards that direction as well, and you have multiple members going down. But obviously, once again, like you said, Slurp with it, like having some very underrated gameplay going on in here that we haven't really talked about too much. The tri-strikes really set it up for Frutella to close that out.
And in most circumstances, when you see trip strikes get used, you either see them just used as GG specials. Basically, when it hits OT, you just throw all 3 of them right at that tower at the exact same time, just to pressure them out. But the way that Slurp used it is that they staggered the trip strikes there, so it actually burned about 5 or 10 seconds left. And what that basically did is that it allowed Frutella to get themselves all set up once more, trying to make sure you stop this last push right on its heels, especially when Synapse got that triple the way they did. So it was smart play overall from Slurp, especially starting out those trip strikes. Again, it's stuff that you'll end up seeing once you get higher and higher in levels. So you go into this game 3, and with Hypernova being down to 2-0 whole, thanks in large part to Frutella's a really solid play throughout this set, it's going to be up to how does Hypernova respond with whatever they can do. They've made some serious weapon swaps there, some made flexible picks, if you will. And now you're going to be going to a very uncommon map, though, because it's Mega Mart Rainmaker going to be coming up here soon. I think we might be loading in here soon, and yes, we are.
Okay, and you still have the same roster here. Remember, Hypernova has more than 4 players, so for example, there's no sign of flanking just yet. I know that Prosper played with Hypernova just for a little bit, but Prosper played with Healbook this year. well, partially Healbook, and then our other pals. Oh, it's escaping me, but you know what I'm talking about. There's a couple different folks that have kind of ebb and flowed through Hypernova. So there's a couple members we haven't quite seen yet today, but that is A-okay. The opening for Frutella, though, Keon, we're just going to keep on riding the coattails of these last two games here to keep things spicy.
Yeah, and so far, Andy missing the jump there, just moved a little too far right to the uninkable wall, but that's all right. But it will buy some time from Hypernova to just try to dive right into this one. Weapon sauce that we haven't covered yet, by the way. Henlo's back to their old trusty Weber right on cue. They get shut down. But something that we have noticed here is that both teams are dishing out vac options. You have the vanilla splatter scope now in play. You'll see that vac get used most likely on right side. Pushes there as that vac immediately sucks up the ultra sand that was about to be used. Doesn't really matter though. The first checkpoint has not been cashed in. That was still solid vac play, but it doesn't lead to a first checkpoint on the board, and it's still decently early in the game. Slurp, by the way, also switching to the Tri-Slash Nouveau, so the coolers have pretty much changed hands. But so far there, Frutella not able to cash in quite yet, and we're about a minute and 20 seconds into this one, Saf.
You know you're in between a rock and a hard place when your Charger player has to be the one to pop the Rainmaker shield because everyone else is trying to defend from the members of Frutella trying to infiltrate and take the Rainmaker again. So not the greatest for Hypernova here, unfortunately. And once again, there's Henlo going down within stamp mode there. Mirage is getting pushed by Slurp, and Storm is going to be next. Henlo jumping in and getting taken out just as quickly, but then those two jumps coming in, taken out by Synapse. It's a huge queue of events here. Andy is going to also have to back up. Now the gates are open for Hypernova to get this moving.
Now for this push, they don't have any specials that are available, but Frutella does. They can pop a defensive ink back if they will, or they want to use an Ultra Stamp. They may need to use neither of them because two members have all went down, one on both sides there, and Hell also getting caught. I believe that's going to be effectively be a delayed wipe there as Frutella is able to stop Hypernova from a potential push that could have started. Now, the Rainmaker holder is Andy, so there's no Ultra Stamp available, but once more, on the other side, Hypernova has a back that's available from Mirage, and you also have Henlo that's available with their trusty Ultra Stamp, which they are using right now, but Slurp shuts them down, and Andy slams home the Rainmaker for the first checkpoint. That first checkpoint is popped basically close to 2.5 minutes left in this game. Andy using this Ultra Stamp once more to break through this one wide open, and here comes the ink back push here. Slurp, however, does get shut down because Henlo's right there with the Ultra Stamp, but no matter the cost here, Sav, Frutella got a lot of points.
Yeah, a lot of points indeed, but the ink battle, unfortunately, was not going to defend them for long. Down to the 35 mark, you could see that the Rainmaker carrier got taken out kind of from somebody from the side. Now Hypernova trying to push forward, letting that Rainmaker reset, the cooler now being popped, trying to put all of the puzzle pieces together to get the big push to happen here. Now flow state being reached by Henlo down there on the right stack, but still, once the players get into position, they lose a couple players, or they don't have specials ready to go. They can't mobilize quite yet. Frutella just keeps on just suspending that mobilization for as much as possible. But maybe now, having the Rainmaker in their hands, having Mirage with that vac, having the Stamper come out, maybe we can actually see a reverse in the efforts here. And Hypernova very seamlessly getting that first check.
Yeah, first checkpoint being used, getting broken, excuse me, and then the impact also by Mirage came in at a very timely time. So now you have to see if Hypernova can push this one through, and you see all the members of Frutella were just throwing paint onto that barrier there. But look for Synapse, by the way, because Synapse is on a flank and throws Andy off guard. The Rainmaker is being picked up though by Frutella, and three members of Frutella have all went down in a near instant. Yes, the Rainmaker is dropped to safer ground, but this does open the floodgates basically for Hypernova to run this one through, especially when you have Mirage that has an ink back that's available. Henlo's gonna be the one that has this Rainmaker hold. But look at the health on Henlo's end here. Henlo needs to break through. The Rainmaker is cut short again with 30 seconds left, and now all the members have gone down. It's 2 games in a row here, Seth. Hypernova could have gotten the lead with less than 10 points left there, and in the end, Frutella still holds strong.
I like that defensive hammer coming out from Andy, just kind of hitting that wall, because they knew that Synapse was kind of standing there. But of course Synapse wouldn't go in there by themselves. I mean, it's a huge risk. And here is the GG play. Slurp is going to pick up the Rainmaker and hide in the base and let the time tick down as quickly as possible. But the bomb's going to come in and initiate overtime, Keon. Storm is right behind 58 there, but they're going to get called out by Andy. I mean, that could have been a really insane story to tell, but that is not the one that we are going to be receiving today.
I think the story pretty much just shut its book even before that chapter could be written from Hypernova there, Snap. As the suction bomb literally at the nick of time, less than a second to go, and it forces OT. I mean, ultimately though, Hypernova going two down out on that one pretty much just stalled any hopes for Hypernova to wrestle that game through. And again, 2 games in a row here, Saf. Hypernova is just a few points short from lead. And noted there was that Henlo was just so low on health by the time they picked up that Rainmaker and tried to wrestle that one through for points. The play was very much sound with the 8 back, but it just couldn't capitalize at home. As you start to seeing that checkpoint clear, Slurp pretty much did what they needed to do with their Tri-Slosher to get those picks to open the doors a bit here for Frutella. And at several moments there, Hypernova just not able to put it all together when they really needed it. So Saf, 3-0 lead for Frutella, and Frutella's just looking really good.
Yeah, really solid gameplay coming from Frutella today, which something I find really interesting is that this team is so stacked, is so powerful, and I do want to say, I misspoke a little bit earlier, these two folks have not seen each other in this season yet. They were in different groups, but they were in the best of the best of their groups. So this is the first time they're seeing each other here on the LUTI stage for this season. However, Frutella has very, according to Sendout, Frutella has very minimal results, but they are such a powerhouse of people, a group of people. Like, I mean, you have them getting first in different paddling pools. You have them playing in the zone quite a bit. They played in Oktoberfest, which I think is or Octofest, which I think is so fun, which was the really big EU LAN that happened earlier in 25. So I think that is really exciting to see because, you know, we get all jazzed up here in the U.S. when a lot of our stateside players and teams that are our household names show up at the LAN, you know. And that's really exciting. And so I can imagine it's the same kind of feeling at Octofest when you see somebody like Frutella show up and come and hang out with you. So I really, really appreciate the mysteriousness, if you will, that Frutella's giving on this on paper on Sendout right now.
Yeah, and Frutella has been establishing for quite some time. I think there were the period of time where they didn't play as much together. So Frutella just being able to just dish out dubs after dubs after dubs so far here in this best of 9 has been showing strong. They're just 2 games away from piecing it all together here. So now as we load into this 8-block Clan Blitz matchup, it's pretty much weapons you saw from game 1 of this set here. With, by the way, something that I have forgot to mention on Frutella's comp here, Saf, is that they've been running double Ultra Stamps for the past couple of games, especially the last one, Rainmaker. So for this Clan Blitz game, look to see how 58 and Andy, in this case, is able to put their Ultra Stamps together and pretty much stamp Hypernova back to base Express style as both teams are gathering clams.
Yeah, it's interesting how there's so much more painting power, I feel like, on Frutella, but you have a lot more force and, like, displacement power coming from Hypernova, especially with, like, that killer whale and, like, using the bubble to take space. So it's interesting kind of how these two things flow together. The stamp, though, can be such an offensive tool in comparison to what Hypernova is cooking with. So it seems to be like it's the best recipe for success, considering that Hypernova or Frutella is so far ahead right now currently in this set. And it seems to me that Hypernova is kind of stuck at their basket currently. They can't really find a way out, and the clam spawns haven't really been on their side, whereas Frutella has a power clam at the ready.
Yeah, power clam available here from Andy, as they'll be the one pretty much holding this one and trying to see the openings there. They're going to look to 58 and Slurp to try to clear out some space available, especially with the trip strikes that are available from Slurp if they want to use it. Ultra Stamp toss from Andy shuts down Mirage. The backline is down, so that is going to allow them to possibly break through wide open as Storm is having to basically get out of the way, basically, to prevent themselves getting splatted from Frutella. And it is the first push of the game, but is there going to be follow-up there? Slurp, however, stayed alive and able to get a few picks. They were able to throw in 3 additional clams, but more importantly, those clam tosses extends the timer as they're down to the 68 points remaining here. The jump coming in from Frutella, they won't, but that's all it's going to be. I mean, 68 points remain. Score is on the board, but Hypernova could punch back if they can piece it all together.
Yeah, Frutella is too quick. They're too quick to get back in immediately when Hypernova's about to respawn and get out of the base. Frutella is already there to respond, and with Power Clam in tow, basket popped once again, and Hypernova is nowhere to be found in the middle zone.
Yeah, Hypernova just getting caught off guard once more. They're having to make this jump. They have to make sure this jump gets punished, and a couple more points added. Sure, it's not much, but it is enough to put it to a 2 Power Clam deficit plus so far. And you need to, and for Hypernova, they need to see Synapse and Handler just do a lot for them. And Synapse has found multiple triples throughout this set here that could have broken the door wide open, but Frutella's just playing very fast and are able to get these additional picks. Either one member drops from Hypernova, the other by a member from Frutella's, and it just stalls out Hypernova each time. Handler's, by the way, really deep into their side. They shut down the Pendulum lead, and they shut down the 58. That is a double right there. That should break open the floodgates here from Hypernova, especially with the amount of clams they have. We could be seeing a huge lead swap. A Storm just has to go right in and cash in on this power clam, which they are able to. The 2 power clams are thrown in. They cut this one close. The lead doesn't change hands, excuse me. Andy has to retreat, and Saf, that is what Hypernova needed.
Yeah, it is, dude. I mean, having the pincer method of 2 balls coming from one side and the other is a really key play here for Hypernova, now taking them to the 30 mark with a little bit left to go. Frutella has to scramble a little bit and do what they were doing earlier to swap the lead back, but now Hypernova is very much back in the base and on the defensive side of things, so they can't let anybody infiltrate. But Keon, this is the moment where Hypernova doesn't want to overextend themselves, and they have to really use their specials wisely.
Yeah, and more importantly, they have to stay alive at this critical juncture here. That is not a huge lead, though. 25 points, sure, but one power clam can break through these penalty points that are applied, so they have to clamp down on defense so far, which they are able to, because I think Synapse got a few picks up their sleeves, excuse me. Slurp has gone down, so now nobody's up there from Frutella's end. Now the free clam is back at their base. Frutella's, that is. They also have 2 Ultra Stamps available. They're able to use it. Andy kept his handle off guard. Great patient play from Andy as they throw this Ultra Stamp. They're not able to find anybody else. Now this Power Clam has been picked up here. Saf, for about less than 20 seconds left, and this is going to be critical. As I swear, as it looks like we are trying to see if we can get Saf back here, but so far 5 seconds left to go in this game. 46 points remain is going to be the score here, as it is the OT being kicked in, and that is basically 3 players that have gone down all at once. Saf, Hypernova responds in kind. 3-1. They've cut it to 3-1 lead for Frutella, but more importantly, they are on the board officially.
I apologize so much. I was muted to cough, and then I was talking, and then you were like, and she's gone. And I'm like,
yep.
But I'm here! Oh my god, maybe it took for me to just leave for a little bit for Hypernova to put things together and get a game on the board here. Maybe I just needed to stop talking. Maybe I'm a little cursed. I'm jinxing.
Yeah,
My bad.
Don't sweat it, Saf. Don't sweat it, Saf. Here, hey, back to the game at hand though. Great response, by the way, from Hypernova. As I think that was Handler that managed to infiltrate Frutella's base, basically, and they got the double where they needed it. And it took a couple power clans. This was just all from one push alone, and that was basically all they needed. I swear there were multiple moments from earlier where Frutella could have swiped lead in the other direction, and so far Frutella just couldn't piece it all together. But more importantly, it looked like Hypernova found their footing in this Clan Blitz game, but they got to piece it all together one by one. It's still a 2-game deficit for them, but being on the board is more important. It will probably help their morale a lot coming the way the set can progress.
Oh, 100%. And I just want to say, there's one player, like, okay, so everybody that is on Hypernova has so much experience that culminates together into the team that is Hypernova, right? Like walks of life and all that jazz. Somebody that I have been so impressed with, not just this season, but just in the run of Hypernova, is Mirage.
Yep.
Mirage has improved so much over the years, of, like playing with Cafeteria, taking a little bit of a break, getting called into Hypernova, and ever since they have been playing with Hypernova, their results have been just, I mean, just exactly what you would want in a top level player and somebody that is very present in playing in a lot of top level tournaments. So I'm just really happy for Mirage that they get to really shine with Hypernova, and it's just really nice to see a player that you've gotten to watch from like the S2 days and that has been around since S1 to really like come into their competitive journey and then like have it all culminate to this moment where they get to play Division X with some of the other, alongside some of the other best players in their division, which is really fun. So I'm hoping that with Hypernova's win under their belt here going into game number 5, I'm really hoping that this will kind of change the tides for them. But again, Keon, maybe I should just stop talking because Frutella is already keeping Hypernova at bay.
It's Saf Commentator Jinx 2, Hypernova 0 at this point because
I'm
Frutella already
sorry, I'll stop blazing. I'm sorry.
As Frutella, by the way, broke up the doors because 58, by the way, switching over to the custom blaster, got a double right from the get-go, which gets Frutella a lot of points on the board, and they're able to do a lot more because they just took out Storm. And now 3 members that are they're moving right into this. This is looking to be Frutella trying to lock out Hypernova in this Ramen Zones game coming up. Storm and Roger just trying to get themselves all situated here, but 58 is just waiting. They're just waiting in the wings to see if they can find a few additional picks. So one member has dropped. 58 finally punished so far. Slurp, however, is the second in reinforcements, but it's just Slurp that's all alone now, as 3 members have all went down. Henlo does not eliminate Slurp, so Slurp very much still alive until that very moment. But with Slurp staying alive for that long, Hypernova could not set up the lockout, and it leads to members dropping really quickly here. And Saf, Hypernova definitely are getting points on board, but this could change very quickly here with the members that are coming back up from Frutella's end.
The Henlo bubble crescendo that opened up the gateway for Storm to come in and for them to take zone was huge, and I feel like we got to run that play again because it worked. It worked, and it seems to me that Hypernova has been really hesitant to try to combat this zone. They kind of find themselves like on the lower end of things. They find themselves getting hit with a rogue stamp from Andy from time to time. But maybe with having 2 members down, this could maybe change the story a little bit here. Synapse is going to push forward, Storm in tow. Henlo taking up on the left-hand side. A little bit of displacement coming from the Killer Whale, mostly focused on just Slurp, though, even though the other 3 members are kind of just across the way there. So not an ideal situation for your Killer Whale to be in. A very brief hold from Hypernova, but again, Frutella just has their foot on the floor.
I mean, Saf, it's been a rough go for Hypernova trying to shut down any semblance of Slurp. I mentioned underrated, but I guess I might be discounting Slurp way too much here because Slurp has been staying alive in these critical moments when these zones are being capped here by Frutella, and anytime they're trying to take out Slurp, it's just taking about maybe an additional 10 more seconds to basically get Slurp eliminated and get themselves all situated. But now Hypernova finally shuts down Slurp. They finally shut down 2 other members. It's just Pencil that's up there, and Frutella gets wiped out. Hypernova is going to be able to clear out of these penalty points, and Saf, this is Hypernova's best time to get additional points and possibly a lead.
Yeah, they gotta be holding strong here so that with the Rave Breaker coming out, you have that kind of mass echolocation system going out to try to track folks down. You have your strongest players trying to go in and take the fight there, but Slurp is going to be taking Henlo down, but Storm and Synapse are there to defend the zone. The cooler, though, for Frutella coming out, you want to try to see if you can turn things around, but all of the members of Hypernova are now left standing here defending the zone, and you could see Henlo maybe got a little too greedy trying to go up against Andy there, and then ultimately Synapse went down in the center stage too. You don't want to try to go down in the zone, folks. You want to try to get out of there as quickly as possible. But Frutella now having 2 specials online, having another one in tow, looking pretty good to try to close this out.
I gotta commend Henlo on a couple of occasions, being able to get multiple picks all in a row there, but also Henlo got punished twice, trying to make a miracle play happen out of a jump, and it just does not land, which again, these staggers for Hypernova are starting to become very punishing and relentless as Frutella's down to the single digits remaining marker here. All they need to do is win out a few extra fights, but they're not able to do it quite yet, but again, only just 40 points in the penalty box so far for them, so it's going to be a small bump of the road, especially with how these fights are playing out. 58 does get a few picks available to them. And again, Hypernova down 2. They are going to slowly respond. And this is Frutella's great time to defend the zone while they have the cap, but they also got to make sure to stay alive all at the same time. This can change really quickly here if Hypernova can piece it all together. They're throwing a lot of paint onto the zone right now, and they are able to get the zone swapped here. Sav, 20 seconds left to go. It is just a bubble that's available as Synapse has went down at a critical time.
Yeah, and you can see Storm is getting pushed too, trying to defend Mirage. Mirage goes down, taking down the Blaster player there. Henlo re-entering, not even able to really re-enter and play the game, and is immediately taken out. This is kind of a simulation for Henlo that where they like, we just actually don't want you to play the game, like at all. Especially in that Mako match earlier, it was just constantly getting shut down and not really able to be present in the game. And that is just continuing forward in this momentum for Frutella. We're at match point, folks.
Match point for Frutella. One more game. They go to Division X Finals, and a lot of credit to Frutella when they needed it, especially with the Ultra Saiyan comps that they were running. Multiple picks pretty much within the past few games, getting members when they really needed it. Synapse is unfortunately the victim of a massive Ultra Stamp toss from Andy, and in the previous game it was Mirage that went down too from another similar Ultra Stamp throw. And Hypernova on multiple occasions, you can kind of see the vision each time there where they want to catch a couple members down, try to win some of these 1v1s. Slurp got the better of them throughout a majority of the game. There was a time, Saf, that Frutella went 3 down all at the in back-to-back situations, such as this exact same replay here. They shut down Slurp, and Storm shut down another, so did Synapse, and this was basically Hypernova's biggest chance to wrestle a lot of points on the board, but they just could not keep the lockout steady. And I mean, massive credits, though, to Frutella with the way they've been able to play and shut down pretty much some key members such as Henlo and Synapse throughout the past couple of games, Saf.
Yeah, if you have to keep any of the 2 players of Hypernova on lock, it is Henlo and Synapse. You need to just make sure that you shut both of them down right away. But you can't knock Storm either, okay?
Yep.
You can't knock Storm either because Storm is also a force to be reckoned with. Also a player that has been around for so long and really has had their finger in so many different things, including LCS next weekend, by the way. Oh my gosh, Storm, you're a busy person. But looking ahead with tower control, Keon, I feel Hypernova really struggled on tower control on Hagglefish the last time we got to see them play. And I just wonder what you want to try to adjust and change here going forward, especially when you are at match point. You have 4 other games you need to play if you want to try to win. So you really are in the backseat for this one. And I'm just kind of wondering what Hypernova needs to try to do here to adjust, because it just seems like Frutella has an answer for everything that they try.
The thing to keep in mind with the way Frutella played that Hagglefish Market tower control map, Seth, was that Slurp was playing a lot of the flanks very well. So the way that Hypernova has to shut everybody else down is, for one, you gotta shut down an Ultra Sand from Andy, and 2, you gotta be able to shut down the Slosher. I call this an imposter Slosher from Frutella because it's 58 that's holding the keys to this Slosher game, and it's gonna be Slurp switching over to the Tri-Slot for Nouveau, so you have to shut down both the members that are giving you fits. That's Slurp and Andy so far. That's catching Hypernova off guard each time. The problem is, though, when you're also going 3 down at the very start, it gives Frutella a lot of room to work with here, and Saf, the first checkpoint clear for Frutella, and they're looking poised to try to see if they can take this one home.
Yeah, very experimental comp, it feels like, coming out from Frutella. You also have that E-leader with the Kraken also present, from coming out from colon 0, if you will. Surprised face. You have a really interesting composition here. Double bucket is just every once in a while, you know, just like double roller, every once in a while. But then having the mini kind of as your painting weapon is really interesting. It can do the job. It can get the job done in a pinch, and Andy certainly proves that. But yeah, this is a really fun comp to see coming out from Frutella, especially because Hypernova really is working with what has always worked for them, now taking the first checkpoint of their own, having the second lead change of the set today for Hypernova, and making their way to checkpoint number 2, and very present on the platform there. Synapse really did a good job to take the high ground and force Slurp to come down from that elbow area there. And Henlo is also trying to call some players out. 3 of them being corralled in the spawning area. They're down to the 33. There's not really many points left to take here for Hypernova. It's not a very far distance here to close the gap, but they got to maintain the momentum, Keon, because we've seen Hypernova in this seat before, and it can all go backwards.
And that's kind of where things have gone south, is Hypernova just able to get these lead. And now, exactly, you know, the second time they got lead all set, but now this is the lead where they have a lot more time they have to burn through in order to keep this one going. Because here comes the surprise phase. The E-Leader Kraken is pretty much roaming with them right there, and they've gone off screen, but they've opened the door a bit because it displays Hypernova right close to their base. And look at where the surprise phase is. They have put the E-Leader on the side of Hypernova's base entirely, and Storm catches that, finds them, but that's more importantly broke open the second checkpoint. And with Slurp and Andy, the ones alive, the 2 members I called out that were going to be a problem for Hypernova, the fact that they're still alive means that Frutella could potentially get the lead here. It's up to 50 to take a few points off the board, and they are able to do just that. And Saf, the lead held for Hypernova did not last for more than a minute effectively, or I think it was close to more than a minute. Either way, Frutella has the lead, and Saf 2 minutes left to go, and this is now crunch time for Hypernova.
That snipe coming from Mirage was an insult to... Did I just call them gas? There's so many different things. That's so funny. Anyways, okay, that was a really great snipe from Mirage. I really, really liked that. That scratched my brain in the best way. So Mirage is going to step off and try to take a little bit more distance here. Storm is going to try to follow up. 58 taking them out. Storm, though, again, there to follow up. Not for long, though. So that leaves Henlo alone to try to defend the tower. Slurp barely escaping that Booyah Bomb there, leaving Synapse to be the only one to try to close the gap here. And they will, in fact, because nobody opted to push forward there. There was a little bit of a hesitancy and nervousness there to actually close that gap. I mean, Keon, I feel like Hypernova's finally here to play the set. They just needed a minute. They needed to warm up.
They needed a warm up that lasted a little bit longer than I think they would have loved there too. But hey, you are getting a lead. You're down to about a minute left to go in this game. I think exactly what you know there too was that the hesitancy from Frutella did cost them lead. It may not matter though with the way the group has been playing here. They're able to catch a few members from Hypernova off. But however, this is now turning into 2-for-2 trades here. If anything, it resets the tower back to mid. Now the problem for Hypernova, they have to stay alive. Basically, in this defense, they gotta find members down, because the problem, as we've seen before, Frutella can take lead so quickly here if they are able to get themselves all situated here. Slurp and Andy, by the way, are the ones that are moving forward here as the Kraken is planted into the tower, and with a couple members down, the Kraken's gone, the wipeout is there, and Saf, that is Frutella taking the lead and possibly the set.
The Kraken play to just hold on to it. I like that we just watched the Kraken sail through, and then just slowly but surely Wipeout comes across the screen, and it's like, well, heck, what happened? Where did everybody go? But they're all still here because you got to get those jumps in. There's only a little bit of time left, and you can see Synapse reaching for that tower to try to keep it in possession, but it just moved backward too fast for them to catch it. Maybe the one time where the tower speed was like ideal. The one time where tower is moving really fast and you can't catch up to it is the time that you need to catch up to it. An unfortunate end there for Hypernova, but Frutella having a dominating 5-1 win in the semifinal set here, moving on to grand finals. This was where we got to see Hypernova really turn things around and really, I feel like, invigorate hope in a lot of us that this was going to change. You have on the top side here, and you could see that Storm obviously didn't check the weather out because Storm was there knocking on their door to take them out and taking that bird's eye view away from Frutella, but it wasn't quite enough, Keon. Hypernova in this game, I feel like, had some of the better plays that we've gotten to see in this set, other than Synapse just going sicko mode. We'll talk about that a different time. But I feel like this was Hypernova really cohesively putting things together here, and unfortunately Frutella was just quicker on the draw.
On several occasions you saw Hypernova got glimmers of hope, almost beacons of hope, if you will, to wrestle this set home, but the problem was the defense just crumbled so quickly. You know, the 2 members I keep calling out for Frutella the entire time, Slurp and Andy, they got to do whatever they wanted to
Yeah.
for a majority of the set because time and time again, Slurp was just winning a lot of the 1v1s or even getting 2v1s. You're getting trades, sure, but Slurp is happy to take those trades any day of the week. And that's kind of what pretty much changed the tides there from Brutella to take this one home. Hybernova on several occasions, a lot of props to them, especially with the way their LUTI season went so far, finishing first in their division. But they just could not piece it together when they needed it most, just trying to shut down some of those important members on the team. And I mean, Saf Frutella advancing to Division X Finals after a 5-1 victory. That I know it's 5-1, but it looked a lot more dominant than expected for a lot is going to be very telling for the next set. Easy indeed Usagi fan club to deal with because they'll be the ones coming up here soon. And Saf, hopefully Division X Finals will be a lot more entertaining for the rest of the sets to come here.
Yeah, and what I think is funny is that this match between Usagi Fan Club and EZMD, it's basically a scrim. It's basically a scrim. These two teams have played against each other in like everything under the sun. Like it's not. This isn't like a surprise of being like, whoa, these two, like, it's like, no. We've seen this before. Nonetheless, is it going to be exciting? Of course, because Usagi Fan Club is on fire this season. And also just in general, they've been so active. They took a really decent holiday break, but then they came back swinging, man. I mean, they were killing it in the last Sendo Q final. They have been really present in previous Sendo Q finals. And I mean, the same goes for EZMD. EZMD also just they throw a really hard punch. And so regardless if you've seen them 100 times, it's just like the Moonlight and FT win set. Regardless if you've seen it 100 times, is it going to be good Splatoon? Yeah, absolutely. And you're in good hands because you're going to have Neptune and Topic take you through that set. And get to chat with you about it. So Keon and I are going to be signing off here for the day while you guys all enjoy the next semi-round and hopefully stick around for finals because you won't want to miss it. Keon, where can people find you at these days?
Before I say where people can find me, Seth, I also want to put out a quick note there for what you mentioned, the Usagi Fan Club. They had to win a set against Heelbook in the LUTI's regular season finale. Usagi Fan Club won that one 5-1. A lot more glazing for Usagi Fan Club. But I know Topic and Neptune will try to cover that in greater detail. By the way, find me on Blue Sky and on Twitch, Keon2570. Find you.
Don't. First,
no.
Don't. Don't. But Blue Sky, you can find me moving. I'm actually moving places, which is really exciting. So you can find me furiously packing. You can find me going on multiple trips to the donation center to get rid of things. You can find me spring cleaning. You can find me enjoying the sun because, my goodness, summer is upon us, folks. Make sure that you go outside and not just touch grass like hee-hee-ha, but go enjoy the sun. Get some vitamin D. It's good for you. But anyways, Blue Sky, those things. LUTI tonight, Splatoon tourney. Peace, love, LUTI tonight. Love you guys.
Will it just be put on break, or is it going to, end the stream? I have no idea. It looks like a break. I'm assuming it's just on break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back. I am back. I do apologize for all of the ads. And up next, 2 minutes late though, EZMD versus Usagi Fan Club. I pronounce it Usagi myself, but Usagi I guess.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with more Division X LUTI season. I am Topic, joined by Neptune, and today, or for more of today, we have the other side of semis. We have EZMD versus Usagi Fan Club. And Neptune, I don't know if you were watching the last set. I was. It was very entertaining. We saw Fruitella kind of really dominate that last set against Hypernova, but now we got two teams looking to battle their way into finals and into a fight against Fruitella. But Neptune, you have some information on these teams for us, don't you?
Yeah, I did my research Topic, yes. So looking at both these teams here, we have quite the lineup here. So EZMD is basically the next big EU team, constantly getting great placements at both Paddling and Triton. Their mainstays there. As well, I believe they got a podium at Global Gauntlet. So this is a tough team to crack here as well. If you look at their roster here, you have Devin, who's probably one of the most underrated players here in the West. Probably title for one of the best E-leaders as well that we have in our scene. Silver, a top 2 sword. Phoenix, an unbelievable flex. And Kiki, I'm not too familiar with them, but I believe they're a former member of LEGO Fortnite and will be mostly playing Blaster today here. Meanwhile, on Usagi Fan Club's side, they're weekly warriors blossoming into the top level competition here. They're in the NA League yesterday. They got the top 8 cut and tied for 5th. They even got a 2-0 set over Moonlight of all teams out there during the ladder stage. So that is definitely a team to be looking out for as we get into game number 1 here. Topic. Short introductions. These teams want to brawl it out. Let's see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, we're seeing what they bring out indeed. And from the side of Usagi Fan Club, I like that double backline. You have the heavy with the more paint. You have that pen for the chip damage on the side of EZMD. E to kind of shut down the pen. The great counter that shutting down a lot of weapons do very, very well. You see just a bunch of fighting over zone here. Minor getting a nice pick, looking for even more. But you see EZMD getting a nice trade out as well. Just a lot of fights. Both teams looking to find their advantage. Phoenix going 1 down in the trade as well. A lot of trades going out early, and so far, Usagi Usagi Fan Club are be the ones to take a lead, take a couple points off of the board, and you see EZMD fighting with all their might over the zone, though not able to recapture it. 2 down once again. They're gonna go 3 down, and finally, after 30 to 40 seconds, it will be Usagi Fan Club is gonna be out of the zone, and now EZMD opportunity here to kind of get that lockout scenario happening.
Yeah, for sure. EZMD has done a fantastic job of scrapping and fighting. They've been winning a lot of their fights, but Usagi has a massive paint advantage here as well. So EZMD is just kind of forced to fight and break through their, how do I say it, their paint as well. We have a Booyah Bomb on the side there from Silver, getting a little bit more presumptuous here, taking out CJ, massive pick on the pencil here. We have strikes coming out on the zone to be able to stall it here, but it's not going to cap right here. Usagi's going to be able to make their way forward here, but EZMD will find a way to respond here, Topic.
Yeah, finding a great way to respond. Getting a nice couple picks as well. Devin just sharking out. Able to at least cause a little bit of damage. Miner going down as well. Nice one there with the little tap shot. Now EZMD back in the zone. Now, if they want to get even further here, getting towards bunker and getting on the plat is very big here. You see they're starting to fight, but unfortunately they're going to lose a couple of fights there at the top of your screen. The blaster going to go down as well. Malfoy getting a trade onto Kiki. Then you see Miner fighting in the zone as well. A 2-foot attack is going to work out. As it's going to be Usagi Fan Club capturing the zone and pushing back Devin. Kiki with the jump in here as well, just trying to shark and find their way in, but Usagi Fan Club putting up a really good fight alongside getting out their penalty points, and now, just like I've been saying this entire time, just a lot of fights, a lot of back and forth, a lot of trades, and so far Usagi Fan Club are the ones to be able to finally recapture the lead and possibly lock out, but EZMD does have something to say about that.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the cooler come out here as well, so they're looking to scrap and fight, but unfortunately get shut down here. We have a lot of paint painting on the side here from Usagi, being able to just basically stuff out a lot of these weapons. Like, you see these weapons like Stamper, like Blaster, they need paint on the ground to be able to succeed, but instead, they're just going to try and brute force their way with this bubble here as well. And you can already see that capture on the zone here is going to give a little bit of relief, a little bit of time here, and Silver and Kiki are going to be the ones, the duel that is going to be fighting to try and take over this left window area, but look at that Topic, a crucial pick on that bucket, and now they keep the zone here.
I mean, yeah, just great job by Kiki and Silver, like you said, just kind of holding them back, but not for long. The rest of the team's gonna follow up on that. You see the blaster on Usagi Fan Club doing a lot of damage, not getting picked up, but forcing some jump outs. Very, very good job of EZMD. You're keeping your special charge, you're keeping those special at the ready. You see the Booyah, plus the bubble, looking for a way in. Blaster in the pit, just staying alive, causing a nuisance. Phoenix getting a lot of cheat damage off, not quite able to get any picks themselves. Devin, nice snipe there to support the team. 2 members down on either side of Usagi Fan Club are now trying to fight their way in with these jumps as well. Kiki, though, nice pick there to kind of hold them back. Miner and Ryu are together there at the bottom inside the trench, going to get kind of separated by these fizzy bombs, and they're going to come back together here. But if you're EZMD, that's a great start for you, but you got to find a way to hold on here. You got to find a way to stop kind of going down one by one that Usagi Fan Club's really taking advantage of here. You see, once again, 2 members down for EZMD. The strikes coming out as well. Jumper's going to be there, but one's going to go down to a flank by Kiki, getting one in the back lines, forcing back the pencil on CJ, getting the pick as well. Ryu trying to fight them as well. Gonna go down. Kiki underneath the ledge, just being an absolute ledge demon, giving the lead to EZMD and possibly the game. 10 ticks remaining. One last fight needed from Usagi Fan Club. Are they going to get it? 2 members down. That's all she's gonna write there, and EZMD surviving a scare from Usagi Fan Club is gonna hold on and win game number 1. And shout out to Kiki, just at the very end there, just sitting underneath the plat and just holding on. They popped the bubble, they got CJ, they got Ryu, they got the backliners, and it worked out really well for them. So very well played.
Very well played indeed. Kiki is going to be the MVP for that game there as well. Just being an absolute menace on that blaster here. We have such strong blaster players as well, and they're trying to match each other. And a lot of the times, the story of this game is basically EZMD will get crucial picks. However, they just don't have exactly the paint to be able to move up here. It was until they got that crucial lockout there, and Miner used those triple ink strikes to be able to cap the zone. That was a failed attempt that just didn't give Usagi Fan Club any time or reason to be able to get back in here, and basically just kind of shut the door on that game. EZMD gave us a little bit of a scare there, but was staying strong, being confident in their fights, and being able to take home game number 1 there. I think that's just a script written beautifully there, Topic.
I mean, yeah, but we're gonna see if that script will continue going in EZMD's favor as we go to game number 2, Hagglefish Tower. Now, we said last game that they had kind of not issues, but they really have a lot of paint to work with. But with tower control, you don't really need it. You have to, of course, paint tower in the path, but you don't really have to need overwhelming paint to kind of control the tower. But we're going to see as they're going to switch over to the end zap, and on the other side for Usagi Fan Club, you see Ryu switching over to the bubble mini. I like it, kind of that stalwart support weapon with that bubble to kind of set up on mid or on the steps to make it really, really hard for EZMD to push up and see if that's going to be a good change for them.
Yeah, for sure. The bubble mini is something I was like anticipating to see from Ryu. They play a whole bunch of supports right here, and it's super crucial here, especially in this matchup against the E-Leader. The E-Leader is going to be having stranglehold hold on that tower as well if they get any line of sight. So having a bubble to be able to move through is exactly kind of how the opening went right there. Is going to be critical, but Devin has something to say out here, hitting these snipes, hitting these shots, saying, I am the E-Leader player. You have to respect the space I'm looking for.
I mean, yeah, you may have a bubble, but can't tech the other teammates. You see right there, even with the bubble charge, they're going to go down. Miner going on a flank is going to get Kiki, but going down to Phoenix as well. So EZMD kind of avoiding disaster there, just shutting them down really well. Devin now on the tower, just waiting to go up to that top right side. Kind of, you have to clear that if you want to get past that first checkpoint. Easy lead for EZMD. And we're going to see what else they can really do with this here. You see them fighting really, really well. Kiki on the ramp alongside Silver. One's going to go down. You see Usagi Fan Club gonna try to slowly push their way in. The strikes will come out to stall tower. It's gonna work out. Silver is still there dumping out to save that Booyah Bomb. So Usagi Fan Club, even though they did lose the checkpoint, they are still in a good spot. But Kiki may have words for that. Unfortunately, no. Miner will shut them down.
Yeah, for sure. There is a lot of flexibility on our side here with having the pencil as an option as your painter and being able to chip people for fights right there. See, Miner cleaning up that pick there is very crucial. And now we're kind of more in this neutral state where we're trying to get specials. We get the cooler out. Phoenix is going to get that one deployed. Kiki going to get a pick here, but get traded out here. It is Scrap City trying to find any inch or mile above the other team right there.
No.
Oh, the bubble calls them. Splatted by the splat bomb right there. Absolutely critical here. It could probably swing EZMD to get another pick here.
I mean, yeah, but Usagi Fan Club, credit to them, they're not faltering to that unfortunate pick there with the blast. They're gonna get a nice 90 directs there. That's gonna try to let Usagi Fan Club push forward here. Another one gonna go down for EZMD, but no one's on the tower until Ryu's gonna climb on it. They have the bubble, so they can pretty easily clear this first checkpoint here. You see all of EZMD set up here on that top right side. Strikes coming out to clear it out for a second. Another one as well, and like I said, just kind of easily clearing through that first checkpoint here, getting more points on the board. You see all of them just kind of focusing that top right side. Definitely gonna shut that down, looking for even more. That's two. Miner cleaning up a pick as well. That's gonna be the end of the push, but if you're Usagi Fan Club, you'll take that. You got a lead, and now you have a lot less, or EZMD has a lot less time to work with here to get points of their own, and you've shown to have a really good defense to not let yourself crumble.
Yeah, for sure. Either is definitely a weapon that excels at defending here as well. But when you're looking to break through, you're going to have to find these picks right here. And unfortunately, that's going to be a massive pick there for Usagi, getting a triple down. Silver's all over the Booyah Bomb, practically a delayed wipeout here. Ali is going to try and move up here as well. We have the bubble up online. Specials are just going to be constantly cycled through here with the riders on tower, giving the passive special charge here. We have another bubble here to clear this potentially second checkpoint here. It's going to be Scrap City, but no! The bomb dodge is actually insane here, Topic!
It is indeed. They're gonna get a couple more points on the board here. Looks like that will be the end of the push, though. The strikes kind of to stall it out for just a little bit longer. It is gonna work out as Usagi Fan Club still has control of mid. They are still keeping EZMD back in their ramp. You see Silver popping the Booyah, which at least try to get some space here. It's gonna work with Kiki and Phoenix both pushing forward, being kind of put aside by CJ and Miner here on this side of Usagi Fan Club, just making sure they cannot approach mid. And now less than a minute to go left in this game. If you're EZMD, you're gonna have to force a fight here. You can't sit back and kind of let the clock run, because if you do, that will be the end of the game here. Bweebop coming out from Silver, Kiki going in with that. Miner looking for a pick. The Bubble's going to come out. They're going to get one. Going down to a trade from Silver Bubble as well. From side of Usagi Fan Club as well. Going to get a nice pick there. Ryu on the other side with another defensive Bubble is going to kill. Is going to be the end of that potential push now. Easy MD. Like I've been saying, clock is running. You have to force a fight. Unfortunately, you're just not winning these 1v1s. Keep going down once again. That's a lot of your aggressive pressure going to be gone here. And if you're Usagi Fan Club, you're looking good. Build those strikes and win the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost time here. You got 10 seconds. You have to find Miner here with the easy-able ink strike. You manage to get it. That's it. There's some life in this push, but there's only so much life to go around. Devin's going to try and get on the tower, but it's not going to be enough. A last-ditch effort here, just not going to be enough time. A little bit too much of forcing right there, and that is just actually insane right there. Usagi Fan Club being able to brute force their way with the tower using the big bubbler.
I see, the
so
stream was
many
too
opportunities
loud.
for Easy MD to be stopped in their tracks and being able to give them that victory right there.
The
Wow,
volume should be
Topic.
much lower now.
I mean, yeah, you're seeing it right here. Just Usagi Fan Club just kind of doing a great job of stalling. I think that was unfortunate there for Miner, but they did a really great job of stalling the tower, right? Because this double bubble, they have the ability to have one very aggressive bubble and one kind of defensive bubble, if that makes sense. So you don't really, so you have that kind of, how do you say, that kind of delayed help, if that's what I put it. You have that delayed like HP that you can really use to your advantage here to kind of keep the pushes alive, and that's exactly what they did. They kept the pushes alive. They got down to, I believe, like 41, and that's all they really needed, not even getting towards the second checkpoint. And if you're Easy MD, unfortunately, they just stalled you out. That's what's like what they stalled you out, so you really couldn't get any further pressure here. But it looks like both these teams are just ready and raring to go as we're getting straight into game number 3. Mako Rainmaker, a very different tone of pace from from the last match.
Yeah, for sure. We see the back charger coming out here as most backs come out here to play on Rainmaker to basically
back
grant
charger
invincibility
versus
to that
10.
Rainmaker carrier to guarantee
And
points.
not
here.
have I
But we kind of
seen
see a
once
little bit of the
Gecko
switch up
splash.
here. Ryu's going to be the one playing the rain
That
splash
miss
here
is
as
gonna
well.
be
So
really
that's Toxic
important
Mist. You're going to be
stopping
able to
the
stall
rain.
right here as well. But Makomore is wide open. There's lots of angles, lots of different ways to approach right here. And you can see Easy MD taking advantage of that. They have a stranglehold on mid, watching the right side, looking for a way to get it up to the top left.
Oh my
and
God.
look at that! Just already a first checkpoint in the first 30 seconds here. What a statement here, Topper.
I mean, you saw Kiki on the side of EZMD just kind of all led Usagi Fan Club towards that right side, but even further, Phoenix getting to 22 points. The strikes are gonna get the pick, but not before a lot of damage has been done on the board. Less than a minute to go in this game, or less than a minute into the game, and Usagi Fan Club now has to go 78 points to get basically a tie. So if you're Usagi Fan Club, you're kind of now on a really bad back foot there, alongside with Devin with a really nice night there as well. So if you're EZMD, you're looking good. If you're Usagi Fan Club, like last game, kind of have to force a fight in your favor. And so far, this more upfront, in-your-face comp, this very aggressive comp from EZMD is working out really well in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. I think the difference here is just the V charger switch right now. Not only is that a lot faster than the E-Layer, you do lose some range right here as well, but you're able to just basically get these picks, be able to be a bit more mobile. You have the bomb to defend yourself as well, and I think that's crucial pick right here. And look at all the members clustering behind this back right here. It's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath as well. Bubble gets popped with the Booyah here to secure it here. Something that looked really not much in your favor just turned into an advantage here. You're going to look for a way to get it. Silver calls out the blaster right now and is going to go for even more space. The Rainmaker is still going to be held by Easy MD as they look to extend this even further.
Yeah, they do. Miner going down, the blaster going down. It's just Ryu getting a nice pick to stall the Rainmaker, but they're the last one. It's just CJ on the pen. Can they reach it? Blue Bombs be at the ready soon for Silver. They don't even need it just yet. 2 more points on the board. Kiki sharking underneath the ledges. Blue Bomb paying their path out. Phoenix is going for the Rainmaker check. They're not gonna get it, but getting it to 5 points. That's a game-winning push right there. EZMD has has put their foot on the gas, and they have not let go. And Uzaki Fan Club finally able to breathe for just a second, but for how long? You see, EZMD, they're back in business. They're back in mid. They're back putting up pressure here just to keep Uzaki Fan Club off their rocker, basically. It's working out really well for them.
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to find ways to scrap back into mid right here, but look at this. They're forced back once again here. I think it has to do with the specials right here. We don't have anything like we had last game where we just have a bubble to force space right there, except we have the blaster being able to force it back in their spawn. But if you use your specials in your spawn, you're not going to have anything left for mid, and you're being forced to make plays right here. But instead, when you force to make plays, you just get into the line sides of Devin, who just go pew 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 pew. Just every single shot is hit here, Topic.
I mean, yeah, Devin is not no stormtrooper. They are hitting their shots, and that's keeping Usagi Fan Club kind of a little bit more cautious here, because if you poke your head out for just a second there, you are going to go down. And so far, Easy and D have been using that a lot in their favor, where they're just using the threat of Devin to get members down. You see 3 down once again for Usagi Fan Club, but here, this is why you pick the splash with the Toxic Mace. You're stalled, you can't make that jump, and now Phoenix is forced to go this right-hand side where they're gonna get shut down by Ryu. There are 2 members down for EZMD, and that will be the end of that potential push here. But this entire game, EZMD has been on Usagi Fan Club's side this entire time. They've been on their side of mid, they've been on their plat, they've been in their spawn, and Usagi Fan Club, they've been playing defense really, really well, but the offense just isn't there anymore.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like we're playing very scared here, and for good reason. Every single situation, one small mistake, you will be picked off here. We see Phoenix going for a crucial pick and getting a jump out here. 2 members on Usagi already going down as well. And we kind of have the situation here where you have 1 minute left, and you need basically a near, how do I say, practically a knockout here if you're Usagi, if you want to win here as well. And we're going to be looking to stall the Rainmaker on the bottom right here, as you typically do in the last minute here, solely to secure the IS. But what is going on, Topic? How do you break back in?
Answer you don't.
I mean, that's a very good question. The answer, I don't have a good answer for you, because you see Phoenix just sitting there, Silver and Kiki just putting up the pressure. Silver, a nice double kill to keep them back. They just have the strikes and the cooler, and that'll be it for Usagi Fan Club. 15 ticks remaining. You see, they have to kind of force a fight. They just have to go.
And
but EZMD also knows that they're gonna get 1, they're gonna get 2. It's just a blaster anywhere close, but the VAC plus all the AoE from the Rainmaker plus the blaster is gonna be it. And EZMD just a very, very dominant game. What else do you want me to say? They got to 5. They look at the score. They did not let Usagi Fan Club score at all. I don't think that entire game Usagi Fan Club touched the Rainmaker. I may be wrong, but even if they did, they didn't get past mid. So it was just a very, very just good game. You see right here, Phoenix just kind of putting up that pressure to Kiki with the bubble to give him a little bit of space to work with here, and that's really all you need. They got to 22. They got a couple more points as well down the 5. You see, we mentioned it earlier, they're just all in the corner here. Unfortunately for Usagi Fan Club, they weren't able to get those picks just in time, but for Usagi Fan Club, you got ran at, and it worked. You just couldn't deal with it. That's how I could put it. Like, Easy and D, they worked really well together. They knew the map, they knew the mode, and it just worked out really well in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. It worked really well out in their favor right there. I feel like EZMD have played that map mode far more often, and it really shows just how confident they are in taking that space, how confident they are pushing together. And that top left area, if you look at that on paper, oh wait, that's a terrible position. Everyone's all clumped. A single slap bomb could potentially get them all at once, or a single blaster shot. But no, just being able to realize, hey, wait, we've used the VAC to stay up there, and then we're gonna have our bubble. We're gonna have a Booyah bomb right there to force the space right now, and just basically put Usagi Fan Club on that back foot right here. But I can't finish my thoughts here. We have game number 4 ready to rock and roll on Clan Blitz, a plot art academy, and we see Devin 4K off the E-leader, off a charger, opting for the heavy splat lane here instead.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense as a very, very good painter. You kind of shut down Usagi Fan Club as well, their attempts. But you also see Ryu with the Rattler mini. I believe that's the beacon Trizuka, yeah, Beacon Trizuka here, kind of that more aggressive front. You see already he's putting up some pressure onto Devin as well, but not quite getting any picks. You see all members of Sonic on this right hand side, just all kind of clumped together on their plat, forced away by this Booyah Bomb, and I think the switch to heavy really worked out. You see Devin can take a lot more aggressive spaces, they can take a lot more aggressive positions, and they can be more with the team and support them from a distance where, hey, we can win these fights really well. And so far, for EZND, even though they haven't scored yet, they've been keeping mid, but not for long. Usagi Fan Club are turning the tables really quickly here.
Yeah, for sure, but if you're going to be swapping to the heavy right here, you're going to have to be a little bit more wary of this pencil and use specials to specifically move it out right here. CJ's going to do a fantastic job here, always hitting their shots right here, getting another crucial pick on Silver, looking for Phoenix here as well, and they're going to be constantly a thorn in the side here, because once that pencil gets set up, once it gets a line of sight on you, it's going to be providing paint, it's going to be providing chip, and constantly be allowing the other members of Usagi to move in. We do get that one power clamp in here as well. They're looking for more, not quite enough here, but hey, a trade for trade when you have advantage is still really good, with Devin taking out another one here.
I mean, yeah, you did manage to break the basket, get a couple of trades in, but now if you're Usagi Fan Club, you gotta be a little bit cautious now. You know EZND, they're very aggressive, very in your face. You gave them a free power clamp, so if you falter for even a second here, this may be a very, very quick lead change, but credit to Usagi Fan Club, they're holding their ground really well. CJ kind of, not single-handedly, but they're doing a great job of keeping mid, keeping that right stack painted, making sure that anywhere that EZND wants to go, they have someone there, but not for long. Kiki getting a nice pick there. Phoenix on the follow-up, just looking to go on the plat. They're gonna get one as well. Devin going in with the wave to help them, with the Booyah and the bomb as well. The bubble, a little bit of a cherry on top as well. A very, very quick lead swap for EZMD, going back for more clams. You can see one has a power. You're gonna jump in, and will they get it? No. Devin getting shut down. Phoenix getting another clam in to get under 60, and EZMD, they're gonna get wiped, but not before not only getting a lead, but getting under that 60-point threshold here. But you see Usagi Fan Club moving up very, very quickly here.
They're moving up very, very quickly, as you should, and capitalizing off a wipeout where none of them had soda. So we're kind of in this little bit of a stalemate right here, where EZMD needs to find a way to build up special really quickly, as well as live through these situations while constantly facing pressure from various angles, especially from Miner. They're holding that right stack along with Ali is here. We do have the cooler online. We're going to have Booyah soon. We're back in the special flow here as well. Silver getting an amazing pick with that Sultana Stamper here, but now we're kind of strained for paint right here, and we're looking for a way to break back in for EZMD. Meanwhile, Usagi Fan Club is finding a way to get their power climb, and they just need one power climb to swap this lead right here. Crucial picks right here with 2 down. They're going to rush to this platform from both angles here. A big bubble is up, but a Booyah is out to say no, but it's just barely enough to get it in. Oh my goodness, Topic.
They did get the lead, but it's not a very safe one at that. A power +4 is all that you need, and you see, nice shot by CJ. They're shutting down Silver. They're getting that ball to drop for just a second there, and a minute and a half to go left in this game. It's been very, very back and forth from either side. Neither one wants to go home just yet. Here you see one gonna go down the cooler as well. Strikes kind of stall him out for just a second there. You see EZND trying to get on the plat, but CJ on that bat is just doing a lot of damage here, just making sure that this ramp is clear. And so far, that stalling has worked out really well. They're able to get the blaster down. They're able to just keep fighting and kind of corral all the members of Usagi Fan Club to this right-hand side by this tree. Silver gonna get chipped by the Zuka, not quite able to find the pick just yet. Miner going in, they're gonna go down 1-for-1 trade on either side. Wait, actually, Devin's gonna go down as well. So 40 seconds remain in this game. EZMD, like you've been saying, this map can be kind of hard to get into the plat, especially with a team that's very good at defense here. Kiki going in, forced to jump away. Miner doing great job there. You have to go back on the plat for Phoenix, not able to get the pick. The bubble, however, and get them the lead. Silver, 18 points remaining on the board. EZMD, massive, massive push, but Usagi Fan Club, they are on a war path right now, looking to find their way in. They have the power. They're going to have the clams as they go in. This may be the game here if EZMD does not play their hand right.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. EZMD already losing down a member here, but we have a Zuka, we have a bubble. And when there's a bubble, that is a way.
Overtime.
You just need to try and get it underneath this basket here. But CJ is playing a little far back here, trying to move up here, close to Soda here. We see the bubble
there it
getting
is.
already here.
Come
We gotta get
on.
that power, and we're looking for another one here. But
Oh
CJ
my
does
God.
not have enough time to swim
He
in.
dropped her.
That's not going to be enough time
Upstairs.
here. And
Oh,
that's
look
going to be a
at
wipe
that
out here. Oh my
wipeout.
goodness, Topic. That is
That's a win on
brutal.
ECMD. Let's go.
I mean, you could say that 3 times over, and that would not be enough. As Usagi Fan Club, they had the clams. Well, they had 3 powers, relatively or roughly 3 powers plus a few more. They had the big bubble on plat. They had the space. It just, unfortunately for them, EZMD shut them down. Well, yes, they did get that first one in, not a whole lot else. You see, we're gonna see the push here from at least from Phoenix getting one in. But you see what Usagi Fan Club did a really good job of during this entire game was they were able to push really quickly after EZMD went down. Every time we saw it, every time EZMD went in, they got wiped out. Guess what? Usagi Fan Club was right there to push, but unfortunately they just weren't able to get massive pushes here. They weren't able to really do that. But on the other hand, EZMD, they snuck 1 power in, and they kept getting these picks plus the bubble plus more clams to kind of compound on these pushes, and it worked out really well
Exactly.
in their favor. So now
Game
EZMD 2
5.
games away from winning this, but we gotta go back to zones and a different one of my favorites, honestly, Robo Ramen.
Yeah, for sure. Robo Ramen Zones is going to be pretty hotly contested. Both these teams obviously playing at more top level. They're more used to spot zones only formats right here as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see a dynamic here. I imagine Devin is going to be swapping back to the E-Leader here as well, because I've seen what E-Leader players are able to do on this side. They're able to hit over so many different angles, so many different areas, and you're kind of forcing the enemy team to play underneath the backsides of the map, a little bit on the low ground here. And when you're on the low ground, well, you're already in disadvantage. But you know what? We're gonna have to see how it plays out here on game number 5 here. Topic, what's standing out to you?
I mean, immediately, first things I see is we're gonna see a swap back over to the Zap for Phoenix. On the other side, Usagi Fan Club going back to Ryu on the bubble mini. It makes sense to bubble up on the ramp to get a lot of space for your team here, but almost immediately, Kiki getting a nice pick there, going for 2. Minor going to go down as well, not the start you want to see. And yeah, like you pointed out, Devin back on that Eater, just putting up a lot of pressure onto Usagi Fan Club. You see they're all on their plat looking to find a way in. You see they're coolered up as well. Silver gonna pop that Booyah Bomb to at least stall him out for just a little bit longer. Yeah, the Blaster able to get one. Phoenix looking for the pick as well, forced to back away. The one down on Usagi Fan Club, it seems. Bubble in the zones will be just enough to get further here. Another bubble as well. Just a lot of pandemonium in the zone. Phoenix getting one with the suction bomb. The strikes coming out as well. Phoenix to the Venn diagram of those strikes, and it looks like Usagi Fan Club will fight their way in, but not for long, as EZMD, they are still in the zone. They still have control, and that will be the flip for EZMD.
Yeah, EZMD is doing absolutely everything they can to just have this leader set up and constantly provide pressure. That pencil has to play far back, and then that mini unfortunately getting sniped off here. A crucial pick right here. It's just going to be Minor and CJ holding it down, with Kiki trying to put even more pressure up on this choke. This is where stuff gets very dangerous here. You're going to have to be able to force your way forward here while you have an E-Leader looking at you at all angles.
Strikes.
You see the strikes come out here. Trying to move forward here, not quite. Your Blaster player does go down, but they do have Soda. You're going to have a bubble up here. You're going to have 2 bubbles potentially. You're going to try and chain them together to get forward into the zone here, but Silver is going to quickly find a way to shred that here. It's going to be a scrap city for the zone right here. Usagi needs a way to cap it, but they don't here. Topic.
Yeah, they don't indeed. Silver, nice pick on Minor as well. You see Booyah Bomb as well to clear out the elbow, allow for Kiki to get in there. CJ gonna go down, 3 down. This might be game. It's just Minor in the base fighting Kiki. That's all she wrote. And EDMD kind of wiping their hands clean of that game with a not quite 100-0, but it was spiritually 100-0, right? Like they got zone. They did not let go, and I think that's credit to them. And for Usagi Fan Club, on the other hand, they
if
only
EZMD
had one
wins
real
this
displacement
next match,
special, being that
that's
those
it.
strikes.
However,
they had
if
double bubble
Usagi
plus
Fan
cooler.
Club
While
wins
yes,
this
it is
next
good for
match,
getting in, displacing the enemy.
It'll be
Not
a game
quite, and we
7.
saw EZMD take full advantage of that by just fighting through the bubbles, waiting for those strikes to come out, and then going in afterwards, and it worked out real in their favor. Plus Silver with the Booyah Bomb just doing a lot of damage as well. So it's just very unfortunate for Usagi Fan Club and for EZMD. What a game! Just peak cinema.
Peak cinema indeed. I think when Kiki got that double at the start right there, I knew we were in for something special right here. I also got to highlight Devin just putting so much pressure. That pencil could not get anywhere near zone as reliably as possible. And now we're going to be on tower control. I expect the double bubble to be coming back once again, especially since it worked out so well last time. Yes, we have the Zinc Mini here along with the V-Blast here. The idea is to set up these bubbles to prevent this leader from getting so many picks here, but we have beacons instead with the Kraken leader coming out here. So this is going to be absolutely crucial here of a weapon swap and allowing EZMD to have a little bit more sustain in their pushes.
Devin started off on the flank. Not something you see very often, but hey, it worked out. It allowed EZMD to kind of easily get towards mid here. You see them just going forward. Silver gonna go down in the bubble from Ryu here. Kiki as well with another bubble, just fighting over this block really aggressively here. CJ gonna get the pick as well, and EZMD just starting their pushes really fast. Feeding to the nice pick, staying alive. Ryu one shot away from death, getting 2 before going down themselves to kind of stop that push in its tracks. Though Kiki getting a nice pick on Miner on that flank. Just a lot of fighting back and forth. Kiki with a nice jump kill, looking for the jump kill on CJ. Is gonna get it. I give him the quad. No quad. But it's effectively giving EZMD the space to work with here. Not quite enough to get towards that first checkpoint, because you know this map, the block is really heavily defended here, and that's exactly what Usagi Fan Club's gonna do.
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to set their E-leader, I believe, in mid here so they can have a little bit more crossfire on this plat. The bubble comes out, but nearly shredded through the Booyah Bomb here. So we have Phoenix just bombing and weaving Gale and jump out and live to tell another's tale as well. And now we're just having so many scraps just already here. And Usagi's trying to clean up these fights and find a way to look forward here. It seems like the E-leader is going to be back on the left-hand side of the map as they slowly progress forward. We have the strikes. We have our first bubble here. This is where it gets dangerous here, Topic. You can start cycling specials with that passive special charge on tower, and the rest is history.
I mean, yeah, look, Miner and Ryu both up, getting a nice pick there. No cooler for EZMD. They're gonna have another bubble soon from the Blaster as well. And you see, they're all just putting up pressure on this top right side, but that's another thing that I'd be worried about, because you saw Devin just getting Miner out of the air. They're looking for the tower. You see as well, Blaster 1v1, gonna be won by Kiki with the nice slide there, looking to go even further to put pressure on CJ and Miner, both of them forced to back away here. That's gonna be really helpful for EZMD, as both the frontliners are going to get kind of collapsed on by Kiki and by, I believe it was a Zap as well. So EZMD, not a lot of points given up. Actually, no, a lot of points given up, but they still have the lead by 1 point and a snipe. You heard that. I heard that. Ryu, unfortunately, the wrong end of that.
Yeah, unfortunate here. It was a 1 point difference here now, but hey, EZMG is like saying, hey, we got these picks, we got our leader set up, we're getting the snipes, you have your space on your spinner here. We're going to clear this checkpoint, put even more pressure on you. We're going to have even more specials with like Kraken potentially coming out here, and we're getting the crucial pick. CJ does manage to get it here, trying to find a way to get the cooler to their teammates here. A little bit of a delay here, but hey, Devin's going to be holding down the fort right here, getting a crucial snipe here, and going even further beyond.
I mean, yeah, Devin, just a lot of really nice picks here. Just keeping EZMD in the bubble on tower, the Bui on the top side, Ryu going down. Miner's not gonna get the picks in time, and EZMD, like their name said, say, hey, this was EZGG, and that is going to be semifinals with EZMD, a very nice win from them. Just a lot of pressure put up the entire game. They barely left the side of Usagi Fan Club the entire time. They kept on their plat. They kept on their side of mid. Kiki as well just put up a lot of pressure on their side. Silver, great job of following up. Phoenix, kind of the unsung hero, just staying alive and making sure that the team had pain, make sure the team had cooler, and Kiki, nice kill there as well. Just making sure that their team had the resources to get these picks. So very good from EZMD, Usagi Fan Club. It's just unfortunate. Like, you got that one game, and then EZMD just, it felt like they had controlled the entire set.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also like adaptations here. You saw a lot of the first couple of games be a lot closer because it feels like EZMD was trying to feel out the Usagi fan club, trying to understand what they want, how they're approaching, what do they want to do to our comp. They've been there. They've been through these type of situations before, and I'm sure Usagi has been through as well. But it seems like it felt a little one-sided right there with how effectively and quickly they're moving up their players, as well as just being able to just facing an e-leader's tough topic. Like
Yeah,
leader will just
yeah.
randomly get picks, or just randomly is a semi-contentious word here I want to use, but like they'll just like watch an area, and then the second you peek it, boom, you're gonna be splatted all the way back to spawn. So sometimes you're ready for your push, you have the resources, you have the numbers, and then the e-leader can just take it all away as quickly as that, especially with someone as talented as Devin piloting it.
I mean, yeah, just really, really great from Devin as well as the rest of the team. I think what I can really give credit to EZMD for is they did really well of kind of comboing off of Devin's pressure. I know I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but just having Devin be there, having Devin be as, frankly, as good as they are, the rest of the team is able to kind of not relaxed per se, but they're able to kind of know that someone's gonna have their back, someone's gonna watch the flank, someone's gonna be there to put up that pressure. And like we saw, the rest of the team, they worked really well off of that.
Yeah, for sure. They worked really well off of that, being able to just push Aiden together. And I think that's kind of like how the set results kind of tell the theory right here and the storyline that we kind of built. It's kind of funny how we had also a 5-1 on the other side of semis here, and now we have a similar story again. And now we have the teams that did go 5-1 meeting in grand final. So we're reaching the pinnacle here, Rocket. This one is for all the marbles. The next set determines the winner of Division
Frutella
X
versus
EZMD. We have Frutella on one side and EZMD.
I wish
which
that
we
was
just recently saw
Hypernova
here,
versus
gonna be fighting
EZMD,
in
but I
grand
can live
finals
with it
up here.
with
It
one of
is
them
going
being
to be
EZMD.
a slugfest, for lack of a better term.
I mean, I would expect at least a game 8, game 9, maybe. Both these teams did, like we said, they did 5-1 their opponent, but we're gonna see, because I think for EZMD, for Frutella, they ran a lot of double hammer, which is very interesting. They ran double hammer plus pen. So I think those hammers, you have to be at least a little bit worried if you are Devin, because the way that Frutella just kind of they just took control of the games last set. They really put Hypernova through the ringer, best way I could describe it. They made it not fun for them to play, and I would expect that EZMD is gonna try to, not let that happen to them. I expect a slugfest basically for this finals.
A slugfest indeed, and I think that's something all the viewers want to see at home. You want to see Scrap City, you want to see these players finding inches above each other to be able to climb up on top and take home these sets as well. Like, we want to see that back and forth. We want to see these opportunities, and I feel like this is not going to be the first time we see these teams fighting here. There's plenty of opportunities like the Global Gauntlet as well, and qualifying for SWS here as well. So I don't think even if you're a fan of one team and one of them unfortunately does have to win, one has to lose, right? You're going to be able to see them somewhere, some shape or form, still playing Splatoon, still rocking out, and you might see this clash up or matchup again.
I mean, hey, I will be excited to see this matchup, but of course, we're going to have to let these teams get in. And with the end of this set, that'll be it from us too. But before we go, we have a little bit of housekeeping to do. So, Neptune, where do people find you?
You can find me at Neptune-TV on Blue Sky here. I'll be at the Land Championship Showdown next weekend representing New England and Massachusetts as well. But tonight, if you are looking for more Splatoon action, but on the collegiate side, I'll be helping out do the casting for CCA. We have our grand finals coming up a little bit later today, so if you do have a little bit of time after these DivX final sets and wants to pop by, I highly recommend CCA Splatoon.
Yeah, and for me, you can find me over at Topical 2 on Blue Sky. And you can also find me at the LCS Championship next week, representing the DMV area for A-Nova, best land in the country. Don't at me. You can also find me in about 20 minutes on the low ink cast as well. I will be there with Popgun casting to see which team will officially get the low inked band sticker. So with that, that'll be it from us too. But don't go anywhere because we have the penultimate LUTI finals coming up to you. We have Easy MD, we have Frutella, and casting this, we will have Sofa King and Neo to close out a very, very wonderful LUTI season. So don't go anywhere. We are going to be coming back to you with LUTI tonight in like a couple minutes.
Yep. Take it easy, guys. See you soon.
I'm changing some of the stream settings and whatnot. Oh! Third place match is happening. It's just... I'm assuming they pulled up... It looks like they pulled up Synapse's stream of Hypernova versus Usagi fan club. It's just happening in the background. Yada 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 happens. Um... Likely impossible. public. I'm now like actually like going through like the moderation stuff. That's currently what's happening. Well, that's something I can't change. Looks like Shisagi is currently winning. Someone's playing Wordle. That's interesting. Can I do think? Oh. Nice. Bowen zones right now feels so dumb. That got me thinking. While true, I also feel like it's healthy for the game. More backline options for really across the game is currently really healthy right now. Because before, the only option was pen. Like, viable option. But now you have heavy bow, vac charger, Zekofin might fall in this slot a little bit more. At least for low level. You just got like so many more backline options. Heck, even Rapid Pro is now like a viable backline option. A little bit. Not as common, but it's still there. It still happens. I still see it. But you might be on the right track. I personally think it's healthy. Coming from pen health, it feels amazing. Yeah, that's true. Maybe there could be potential of more backline options being out there. Like, if... Like, I could see Zekofin being picked. It's not as common, mind you. But I could see it getting picked. If Charger was buffed in the right way. But it could also just like not need buffs and it's just not picked because there's so many more other more powerful over-tuned options. Bamboo would be healthy if it got some buffs, definitely. The thing is, it actually used to be meta back in Splatoon 2 if I remember correctly. The only reason it isn't is because there's no MPU. It would be nice to get some proper buffs. Like, it recently got a strafe speed buff. It would be nice if there was, like... Now I think about it, does it need a paint buff? I'm not sure if it needs a paint buff. I think it being a two-shot is perfectly healthy. You could buff its damage by a little bit to have better, healthier combo numbers. So it can combo with stuff like, excuse me, Burst Bomb and Pen, etc. But even then, I feel like it's healthy. It definitely could use some buffs too. I personally think it's plays a little bit more like a frontline anchor, but it could work. Just a note from watching this gameplay, 52 needs a little bit of nerfs. It just does. For such a selfish weapon is being used quite a bit at top level, it kind of scares me. But I'm not even sure what kind of nerfs it needs. That's the issue. Can't make an argument if I cannot think of a reason why it would need it. Looks like Hypernova is winning this game 3. I'm really hoping that they continue this. Unfortunate. Sea Blast is so dumb. Like, it's not only being used at top level and top level solo queues. It's been being used at mid and even low level and also like low level solo queues. It's being used pretty much everywhere. That tells me that I'm not sure if it would be enough to be considered overused because I'm not seeing more than one of it per composition, let alone solo queue team. I've only seen one instance, and it was, I've only seen one instance from top level. It was in the Global Gauntlet qualifiers, if I remember correctly, where there was, an instance of some team doing C Blast and V Blast in the same composition. And that was kind of dumb to deal with. Either that or I'm misremembering, it was like, I was watching a stream and it was Milk Cup. One of those. For the 52 revert the range buff, yeah, that's true. It does have a little bit of an insane range. Hence why it's saying used over 96. Deco. I'm gonna see. I'm not sure where to find streamer viewer. Is it viewer rewards? Cause I've been wanting to do some sort of rewards. I just have not been sure how to do that. I could probably ask Pink Puffy Pastry. She might know. That's Hypernova taking game 3 there. You know what I want to see from Blaster in terms of the... I'm starting here. Buff Stamper. Yes! Yes! Stamper needs buffs. It doesn't need a whole lot of buffs, mind you. Zipcaster needs a buff as well. The reason why it's not saying so much use is at least V-Stamper specifically, is because of Zipcaster, really. Though, the main weapon could use a couple of buffs, because it kind of feels undertuned, coming from standpoint trick.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon, splatters, and welcome back to a very special daytime edition of LUTI tonight. 477 teams, 11 divisions, and in less than an hour's time, one squad will stand atop them all. Will it be Frutella, the EU fan favorite sweet treat squad, aiming to complete a Cinderella run after going 3-2 during the season, or will it be EZMD, the undisputed leader of Division X, who has not yet trailed in a set all season? My name is Sofa King, your couch surfing ride or die on the mic, and who's that over there who I have the distinct honor of commentating with today?
I don't know who Nito is, and it's a surprise that I have gone this far into the playoffs and this far into the LUTI season. I haven't found out. But we'll find out, I think, throughout the course of this set, and that's not really what you're here for anyway. So, like you said, this is a monumental matchup we have in front of us, and it's an honor to be up here with you, seeing what both of these teams are going to bring to the table. Like you said, one team that hasn't trailed at all with AZMD going 5-0, and Frutella certainly looking like the David of facing a Goliath here at 3-2, but they did just take out Hypernova a few hours ago.
Both of these teams dispatched their
Urchin!
semifinals opponent 5-1 with relative ease. So I don't know what they're putting in the water over there in Group B of Division X, but it ain't what Group A has it, Nito.
Do you think we're
absolutely
going to
not.
see
I mean,
Heavy?
We're looking at
I-
EZMD and Frutella, and
Place
most
your bets
notably,
if you're going to see
Frutella
Heavy.
already lost to EZMD, but at the same time, EZMD had a bit of a struggle here against Suzagi Fan Club, but none of it matters.
And we
no
do see
results
two
matter,
heavies,
no records matter.
actually.
What matters is what's
Ha!
happening in front of us. Division X Grand Final starting right here, right now, with Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass.
Could not be more excited to see it, and I really loved Devin on the heavy last time in the previous set, but they've got a tough opponent in the backline in Crowny here. What do you think about two opposing
100,000.
V-heavies on Urchin Underpass?
Already a sight you
I'm
don't
penning
see
that.
too often, and I'm more than all for it. I mean, we're seeing two very mobile teams. We're seeing two very mobile specials, especially on the side of EZMD. You want to do what you can against Slurp, because you did pretty well against Minor in that previous match against Usagi Fan Club. And just from what I saw in that first match, Slurp can be even deadlier. So you want to make sure you're having something to zone him out. And I like what they're using here with DV Heavy.
One down for Frutella, but they maintain control of the zone for now. Silver trying to change that as Slurp will also go down in the backfield. It looks as though EZMD should be able to cap here, but no, the blaster will go down mid-splashdown. They do get it now. The question is, how quickly are they going to be able to push up? Because Neo, Frutella has shown off some crazy defense today.
Absolutely, and especially against Hypernova, where they nearly lost 2 of their games against Hypernova, but caught them back in the nick of time. I called them the heart attack team for that very reason. So Frutella is insane on the defensive side, but EZMD has been tremendous so far. But we've only gone a minute 30, and it's too early to tell right now. But EZMD looks pretty sharp.
They do indeed, but we have another splashdown ready, one on either side. We can talk about these opposing Sea Blasters as well, and maybe what Urchin says
I
about
bet
these
you
comps,
if
but
the
Booyah
Sea Blast
is gonna
pushes
get
in,
one,
they're
and
just going to
suddenly
TSD.
3 down
Oh,
for Easy,
never mind.
as Frutella's
Ha.
crashing in on the zone, but they have a lot of paint to make up this ground as they chase Devin towards the back. They get some super jumps, though, with those tri-strikes, and it's just Devin once again, a long wipe as Devin is forced to jump out, and Frutella looking like they can make a push.
No kidding. I mean, if having Andy there, the Dynamo, with lots of range, lots of attacking power to lead the push for you, that is excellent work, and that means EZMD has no choice but to space themselves out. They didn't have Devin up yet, so they were willing to just let it ride, let them come back, and see what else they could do. Frutella, on the other hand, it looks like they're doing pretty well. I mean, Kiki and Phoenix having to back up even more. They're in lots of danger here. Frutella is cruising to this lead, or are they? They're starting to lose numbers here, but they do have the lead.
Andy does go down, though, so this may be all they get as they take the lead. They have pushed it to 12, but lose the zone. Crowny going to be able to jump back out, and now it's EZMD.
Apologies.
Off a very strong ability to make offensive plays today, trying to get the lead back. Tri-strikes, however, coming their way. A Slurp barely escaping the Booyah Bomb. And Nito, on Urchin Underpass, we're seeing a lot of specials that are specifically about area control.
Right, and really area control is the name of the game here, because once you get past this zone, you're going to want to get past that zone. That is still low ground, so as soon as you can get yourself past this pillow that we're seeing on the screen, past either pillow if you're on either team, you're going to be in a much better spot. So having having those area denial tools on your side is going to get you there just even closer, and I like that Frutella has brought a Dynamo with them as well. That's an area denial weapon in and of itself.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And I mean, they didn't really play that in their other set, so this could be exclusive to Urchin. But Phoenix will get a double right there and is trying to crash in with that tri-slaughter. They can't quite get the zone, so both teams with some hefty penalty here with about 90 seconds to go. And EZMD, I mean, so far they've been stymied by Frutella. We saw them running all over Usagi Fan Club. They have not been able to do that in this game so far.
Like you said, it's that defensive prowess that Frutella has, and they're showing it right now. This is what got them past Hypernova, and this is going to get them past EZMD if they can keep it up. Kiki is in a bit of trouble against Aaron, but Kiki doesn't notice Aaron just yet.
Wow!
And now low on numbers is EZMD. This is this is a spot they haven't been in all season long, where they're currently down, and if they lose this game, it's going to be one of the few times they are at a deficit.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that is the real story here, is if Frutella wins, it'll be EZMD's first deficit all season, and it looks as though that is imminent, but Kiki and the Booyah are trying to flip the zone. They can't!
But
Kiki's
they can't!
still working at it, but won't
Holy
get Andy.
crap!
Frutella takes game one, and EZMD is behind in a set for the first time all LUTI season.
Jack, you better start showing up. I think
That's-
David's starting to bring
That
the
has
fight
got to
to
take
Goliath
a
in.
massive
With
toll on the
Frutella and how well
mentality.
they've been able to bring the fight to EZMD. This is only game one, and I always tell people that game one is always a warm-up match for both of these teams, but Frutella is starting to bring the fire. EZMD, they look a little slow in that last match. They didn't seem to have the same stuff that they had against Usagi Fan Club, and they were dominant against Usagi Fan Club.
Oh, yeah, and I think there's something to be said for the combination that Frutella rolled out of the Dynamo and the V-Heavy, going like, okay, we're going to play this game at our pace. We know that you guys are super high-octane, like to make big, flashy offensive plays, but an easy way to put a stop to that is that comp they chose there. But here's the thing, Nito. I don't know that that comp works on every map.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, this is a comp that you're going to... It's similar to... And you're going to see this with a lot of teams. It's similar to what you consider with any other map, except that you're still playing to your own teams, your own players' strengths, but you also want to consider what the other team is bringing out for you. Urchin Underpass is a unique exception because of the way it's shaped. You want to get past that zone because the rest of the area right in front of you is going to be crucial if you want to lock out your team. It's very important for you to get that area right in front of the pillow, but you're not going to see it on the next few matchups, and you're certainly not going to see it when we're coming up to Clan Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. Chad, I want to see those Barneasels start to come out.
Yes, get the
Let's see it.
Barneasels in chat. Let's get them
Oh,
rolling
yeah, it's
for maybe
Barnacle
one
and
of the
Dime
last
clamps.
times this season, although we've
If I
got a lot
remember
of divisions
correctly.
yet to crown a champion. The other thing, Nito, that's interesting is that because these two teams are from the same group, right? They've played each other already. This is a rematch that we've already experienced in the LUTI season. And the first time that these teams played on Clan Blix Barnacle earlier this season, EasyMD took the dub. Let's see what happens here.
Right, you are. UZMD won 5-3 against Frutella. So certainly telling when that match was close, and it's just as close as this grand finals matchup that we have in front of us. Now you're noticing some of these comp changes. I like that Andy's going to go back to this mini Splatling. I saw them do really well with it against Hypernova, especially with that double stamp comp that I saw earlier in that matchup. We're not going to see it here though, but I want to see what they're able to do. This Ultra Stamp is exceptional.
I agree. It was really blowing me away what they're able to do here. Because look, we see Nora kind of sharking there in the pink, but is juiced, so is probably seen there. Phoenix will go down, giving Nora some room to move with that blaster front. Look at this pinch maneuver with Nora and Andy, able to get the opposing blaster there. As now Frutella's moving up. Look at all the clams they're getting. That one play snowballed so much until the leader got that pick.
And so that's textbook blaster gameplay. I mean, anytime you play with a blaster, you want to see that from your teammates, especially if you're on the front lines. You want to see that blaster come along the side, take the off angle, and easily clean up these picks. I call them the janitors within my own teams because they're the ones who are cleaning up those fights for you.
I love that. I think that's the perfect way to further them. And that really shows how vital that role is to a team. But now the blaster on Frutella goes down. We've got a really nice bubble coming up front. Phoenix will score. 2 down is Frutella. And now Easy's setting up underneath the basket. And they have another ball already. This is going to get pushed into the 30s, Nito. Oh my gosh, if they can get a few more clams, I think this could be a knockout.
And especially they get this next power clam in, which they do. Just barely. Phoenix able to sneak this one by. Devin and Silver, the last ones remaining. Oh my goodness, Devin, what are you doing? Another pick. And another one as well. Devin, you are incredible with this E-Leader as you've been all throughout this afternoon. And another one come out. I didn't even notice was going to happen. So Devin pulling all of the stops here for EasyMD to keep themselves well within reach.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Devin catching him in 4K all day. The flank called out is now Phoenix rolling in with yet another ball. Traded out there, but wiping out most of the penalty. It's still 2v2 on the board. Nora rushing forward. Is this going to get picked by Kiki? Oh my goodness, that seemed like a frantic move by the blaster. And look, Slurp coming up too. They're trickling right on in like this is an X-rank game, and EasyMD has full control.
And my goodness, what I flip of the script now, it's like EasyMD is sitting pretty, and Frutella has yet to escape this side of the map that EasyMD has been occupying ever since the start of the match. We are only halfway through, but it looks like this is a matchup in which the writing is almost on the wall. I mean, EasyMD is still making themselves at home with these picks, although Slurp is able to slow things down, at least for Frutella. Not for long, though. Who else but Devin to clean things up? EasyMD is absolutely running crazily over this basket. Nothing stopping them.
How are they keeping this much space while still generating power clams at such an insane rate? It is truly remarkable. Devin finally gets taken down by a hammer there, giving Frutella a moment to breathe. But look at this, Silver holding the snipe for just long enough, now trying to contest mid as EasyMD, but Frutella rolling in. They don't see Kiki along the side. Kiki's gonna get picked there. Silver's mid booyah though. It's gonna get picked in the booyah, and Frutella suddenly has a chance, but they have to score 70 points, Nito.
70 points, and with 90 seconds to go, it becomes a question of mentality, making sure that you don't panic. Remember, you still have this game. You can still have this game in your hands. You still have lots of key players on your side. Maybe not so much now, but they're still starting to trickle in. You have to play patiently. Every second counts, but you cannot be wasting those seconds. You have to let everything come to you naturally.
Nora trying to work those ledges underneath is going to get a nice pick there. We've got 6 more from Crowny and a ball. That suddenly made this game very close, but Frutella's wiped out 2 clams short of the lead with 1 minute to go.
Now this is even more, this is going to be even a bigger test of patience because not only are you 6 points away from getting a lead, you're now at the 50 seconds left in this game. EasyMD is back to where they were sitting pretty earlier. Frutella was able to get him out, and it was all courtesy of a stamp throw, which they have already now. So, again, 38 seconds to go. You have to play this patiently, or else you're going to miss out on a grand opportunity.
And EasyMD goes one down at just the right time as Frutella's trying to get back into mid. You see Phoenix up a little far, gets a ball, but jumps back, is going to get camped on that jump here, and now Frutella's got all of mid. They need to pick Kiki as well after getting the Stamper, and they do. They have the numbers. You've got Nora coming up along this ledge, forcing another jump out, but no, Phoenix gets one. The ball comes in. Oh my gosh, Phoenix rolled in to just cancel that bucket, and they've got nobody near the basket. That's got to be EasyMD's win as it'll close. They are 2 clams shy. Andy's going to try and make a run for it. They do have one more chance at a push here in overtime. They've got to move with these strikes as quickly as they can here. Slurp and Andy are trying to hide themselves by tossing the ball. They get it right there. Andy going forward will miss the basket. Nora trying for another chance at it, but will be picked.
Oh my
That's the wipeout, and EasyMD has tied this setup at 1.
1
When
to
I talked
1.
about patience and making sure you're waiting for the right opportunity, that was the opposite, and that's the exception every time and always. You see that overtime timer going down, you just feel like you have no choice but to go for that win anyway. And to be honest, it looked like they were very close there at the end. So, but I hope Dorian sees this, but my camera was absolutely crazy watching that last push by Frutella, because I absolutely thought that could have very well have been the game-winning push. That was crazy what they were able to come up with at the end, but in that same vein, EasyMD getting to wipeout with 12 seconds to go, that was a dagger. Every matchup I cast over, there's always at least one moment where you just kind of see where the game ends. That had to have been it.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a definitive stamp of a game, and I really actually want to give props to Frutella for how kind of shaky they looked defensively on EasyMD's first push. They really kind of did not give up and came back in that game and kind of showed some mental clarity there. They didn't get the dub, but I think they composed themselves really well in the latter half of this game that will hopefully lead to a very good set the rest of the way.
I mean, yeah, we've still got a long ways to go. I shouldn't be saying that. I mean, it's only Game 3 that we're moving on to. Inkblot Tower Control, which is the bread and butter of Splatoon. But, again, we're only at Game 3. I feel like we should have been here for a lot longer than that, but here we are. It's just Game 3. We're tied 1-1 somehow.
Somehow, who even knows? I mean, you're right. It feels like it's been an eternity. I feel like it's because we've been watching these two teams play great sets all afternoon, and it's going to continue. And here's why I think Frutella has a real chance, right? Small sample size, but there's something to be said for history repeating itself. And when these teams played Tower Inkblot in their original LUTI set, Frutella took the dub. So let's see if they can take
Game
this
3
chance on this map to take a lead in the set once again.
We've
Great turnaround
custom
for both of
leader
these
scope
teams as
versus
well,
a pen.
and we're going to see a similar comp to what Frutella was able to bring out on the last
Custom
match.
scoped leader.
EasyMD going with most of the same. Most notably, that bubble is going to come out for EasyMD, and I like that the bubble is coming out. It did very well.
Very
Watching
cooler
other
by
Clan Blitz matches, especially
EasyMD, by
Inkblot
the
match
way.
that came in earlier for EasyMD, so they certainly know how to use that bubble. If you want any more evidence, just go watch the highlights from the previous set.
Oh my gosh, I mean, the things they're able to do with that team play-wise instead of just the blaster themselves are really remarkable. So Frutella will grab the tower first, but the bucket going down. Andy trying to find something and missing with the hammer here, as we're still mostly in neutral, trying to see how EasyMD's going to respond. They do pick Andy up front. Slurp's flank is kind of being shunted off to the side there. Nice trade up front there. And I mean, we're still just kind of in the feeling each other out mode of Inkblot Tower for now.
And as I said earlier, it is still early in the matchup. As Devin gets another pick, there's another pick. I'm sorry, what? Devin, just go ahead and interrupt me. Why don't you? Because you're threading the needle and you're still getting these impressive picks on the line. Andy was gonna try to join in this highlight reel moment that we have, but goes down almost quickly. Not enough talking. Let's just see what Devin puts up. You can probably put him on the camera for the rest of this match if you really wanted to.
Yes, please. The chat wants it, you want it, I want it. But either way, we got to spotlight all 8 players. But I don't disagree. Look at this bubble from Kiki up front, just like we were talking about, to try and secure bats. And it looks like EasyMD is probably going to clear this checkpoint, which will be crucial here. Slurp's trying to dive for a flank. 2 will go down from EasyMD. The hammer will not find purchase against that Kraken. Phoenix kind of diving around the tower here and is forced to back off. Oh, unless... Nope. We're going to stop at 34.
That was cheeky, and I actually like these cheeky plays. You at least get the tower further into opposing territory. And now that you have a few more players down from Frutella, that slight push looks a little better now that you're again still able to keep this within enemy territory. You have a bubble as well. You have everything working for you here. And it would be surprised if they weren't able to make it to this third checkpoint, although it does look like they are that much further away from making it.
Yes, especially if they can get a pick on Phoenix here. They can't, but now Silver's rolling in, and now we're getting a little bit of momentum here for Frutella, who's still trying to get out in the mid as Phoenix is shut down by Andy up in the corner there. Andy trying to make way for where the tower's going to be, clearing out those beacons. We love to see that. As we're gearing up for a push, they've got numbers on EZMD now. Phoenix, whoa, I don't know what happened to Phoenix. I don't know if they didn't see Phoenix. Got really lucky avoiding that hammer.
Well, sometimes those little things you don't notice. Devin back on the spectator cam again. I'm going to be very scared for what comes next for Frutella. But it turns out the action's going on the other side of the map up here. Slurp, I'm surprised he was able to get away with this trade. It would certainly look like a one-player pick from how that matchup was looking out for him. But I also remember Slurp being one of the better mechanical players from Frutella on that match against Hypernova. I got like a little taste of Kyo-chan there whenever Kyo played the Slosher. That's what I saw in Slurp, so I had them on my notes as well. So we're gonna see what else comes out.
I hope we see that continue, because you're right, Slurp is popping off here and is showing some mechanical prowess, which is much needed on these ledges for Inkblot Art Academy here. We do have Juice coming out for Frutella. They also have Strikes at the ready, but on the opposite side, all three specials to try and defend a push. Very good position for EZMD to be in as they have this 40 to 50 point lead, and as they get numbers on Frutella in mid once again.
And now I'm glad we have me, Sophie King. I'm glad we have a little bit of a break here. At least some calm to what has been a chaotic storm of events so far. As I got time to at least explain to you why EZMD has been doing so well. Never mind, Frutella with the double off this stamp. And another player going down. I'm not sure where that was from. Must have been a bomb. But Frutella looking just as scary as ever before.
Yeah, I mean, if they can try and get through this checkpoint, the world is their oyster, as it were, so we shall see if they can do it, but 40 seconds left, and a Kraken ready for EZMD is going to make it a little tough. Two trades up front, they lose numbers to Easy now, which is going to make that even harder.
Oh.
3 down, just the pencil, that's a dead push, and Nito, they have one more chance to close this out.
One more chance and 30 seconds to go. EZMD has been looking exceptional. Slurp has attempted this before. You have to assume the EZMD knows how to spot it. Yes, they do. Silver credited with the cleanup there, but Frutella, again, they have been dangerous in the last few seconds of the matchup. We've seen this before against Hypernova. In fact, we've seen it in certain points, even on the last game. So Frutella has everything with him, but 10 seconds to go. I don't think there's going to be much coming out of this Silver King, or at least for Frutella.
I don't think so either. They do grab the tower now, but Kiki is right there guarding it. Is forced away by Nora there, who has to jump off. Now you've got a Kraken on the tower, writhing there, trying to get green members there, but the Kraken's pushed off, and is the only one left up. Devin scampering back, will get picked there, and Nito, they still have to face this checkpoint to get the lead.
One checkpoint to go, and everyone on EZMD now in their side. Frutella has smelled water, but for how long? Frutella already has 2 going down. A wipeout coming in just in the nick of time for EZMD to save this one from what would have been a last-minute rally from Frutella. They're leading the set 2-1 now.
As expected, EZMD is not bothered in the slightest that they started this set with a loss, as they now take the set lead, and this is their set to lose. This team is undefeated throughout the entire LUTI season and has not really been challenged by anybody to this point. We shall see if that will continue. The next match, Rainmaker on Humpback, was also played in the first time that Frutella and EZMD faced each other, and that one was won by EZMD. Nito, I think that it's too small sample size to focus too much on, but do you think there's anything to that?
I mean, that was the last match that both of those teams played, and knowing now at least that Frutella won on TZ Inkblot in the previous set, you're kind of looking at this and going, all right, now we're going to follow some sort of historical record, or does this mean somehow Frutella wins Rainmaker Humpback? I don't know. Again, like you say, it's too small of a sample size, but seeing how EZMD has been able to approach these last few games, seeing how Frutella has been incredibly aggressive as well, I think this is going to be a set like that, which, like many of these sets, have gone either way, but EZMD has the hot hand here, so Frutella's going to have to bring just a little bit more to this fourth game.
I think one thing that we will see from Frutella to try and enable that is I think we're going to see a Tri-Slosher out of Slurp. They pulled that a few times in this previous set today on Mako Marts. I think it was Rainmaker Mako Mart specifically, and it worked really, really well. So I think that could be Frutella's way to respond to what EZMD is doing, try and keep up with their insane offensive pace.
And if I'm from on the side of Frutella, this is a map whose geometry is sort of similar to Urchin Underpass. You do have this crevice, this canyon that I like to call it, right between two high grounds here. And especially with Rainmaker on the docket, you want to bring out possibly a Dynamo Roller, get some more area denial on your side, have some more defense for those ledges, and some more attack for those ledges, especially, again, with how aggressive your team is. You definitely want to have some sort of support for him. That Dynamo could be the key.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go the V-Heavy and Dynamo combo that they did last time. It looks as though they're going Dynamo with the Vac Charger, which I think is a really good idea. And Kiki sticking with the bubble while Nora sticks with the splashdown. Which do you think works better here?
I think you're going to like to see this bubble just a little bit more. Granted, the splashdown is excellent on any map mode, but with the bubble and how EZMD has been able to use this bubble, we talked about how well they've been doing with the team play and the specials. That's what you're going to see more of once they bring out this bubble. So I'm not going to be surprised if this bubble ends up being the key for EZMD.
Wow, and a trickle on the blaster there who dives to try and get the rain and is picked, as now the checkpoint has fallen within 30 seconds for EZMD. You've got the Vac opposing at the ready here as the board is 2v2. Now suddenly it's just the Vac, and the rain's trying to go. Vac-Shot's trying to get the rain, and now the Charger's trying to tap kill, waiting for their teammates. Is going to go down, which means they still don't have numbers as this rain is pushing.
And they're not gonna have the numbers, but especially they don't have Slurp being able to do anything other than just sit here and hope that this Tacticooler is able to provide some sort of defense.
Ooh.
Andy at least able to clear things up alongside Aaron there on the other side. Devin though has the Kraken. They have the Rainmaker as well. EZMD is just gonna keep sneaking this by slowly but surely, but with fewer members alongside EZMD and alongside what was Kiki. You're gonna expect this Rainmaker guy. He's gonna go right back.
Oh yeah, trying to work the mid there and cognizant of those opposing team members on the right-hand side. One was able to be worked out. And look at how quickly Frutella's working this right-hand side. They lose one, trying to get this check cleanly. The Vac will enable that, forcing a jump out as well. And I mean, it's Rainmaker, Nito, so even though the other team got it to 13, Frutella is still in it.
It's Rainmaker. It's the most chaotic map mode. It's horrible for players, but it's exceptionally well for casters and audiences. So you're going to love to see what comes out of this one, especially what Frutella is able to bring out there, avoiding the Kraken by just walking along the slick part of that wall. Incredible creativity coming from the side of Frutella, but unfortunately not enough for them to get the lead.
Not quite yet, but still time as there's about 3 minutes left there.
Oh, wow.
A nice pick by the Rainmaker, and another. The Dynamo is the only one left, which is going to give EZ a chance to knock out, which at this point you're thinking of maybe getting to a single-digit push. You've got a Booyah at your back, does this Rainmaker, trying to avoid the bomb here. Now, Nito, if you're Frutella, you have to stop diving at some point, right? I think that's only going to continue to hurt them, and it's not going to let them retake mid super easily.
And I think it's really excellent that you said that while seeing Aaron's, whatever was left of Aaron, rather, heading for that Rainmaker, but had already gone down. So you're absolutely right, especially with what Slurp's doing there. You need that cooler. You need these specials that you're able to bring out. You especially want that splashdown if you want to see any use of it, anything come out of it. So I like what they're doing now. They're playing just a little slower. They're playing these 2v1s now, especially with this Dynamo Roller. Remember that this Dynamo Roller is exceptionally dangerous now with these buffs that have come out just months ago. But even then, you have a whole team ahead of you that you need to start taking advantage of. You can't be diving and trying to make these hero plays.
And now it looks like EZ's the one diving, because look at all this control they have along the right-hand side. Andy rotating with the Rainmaker. This is going to be big if they're able to get in on the Stamper, who's marked now, trying to push Silver back and away from the route that the Rainmaker needs to go. Phoenix in there as well. Sort of a flank coming out from Aaron, who's going to get picked as Phoenix will jump back into that route there. You've got the Vac now. How far can the Vac go with the rain? A Kraken as well in the Booyah. Pinched as the rain is going to get down at 26. Close, but no cigar, as they say. Frutella didn't get it quite yet.
And
Ooh.
Frutella has brought out the ink vac previously in their match against Hypernova, so EasyMD came in prepared for that. That's why I'm thinking Devin went with the custom E leader just to have this Kraken, so that ink vac is almost moot whenever Frutella tries to make a push like that. So I like the thought that we had from EasyMD. They're going to try to sit this out in the corner. They know what's coming if they're able to keep this there. Frutella has nothing to respond with, even less so now that they've gone 3 players down.
Only a vac left, but I think folks were juiced, so they're coming back quick. The blaster's down, the vac is out. Slurp will dive in to try and get something. Won't get anything. The vac won't get anybody either. So now Crowny is going to get picked by the Rainmaker, as EasyMD is trying to just hold it here and see how much time they can waste as we tick down towards the final moments. Juice is coming out for Frutella to give them another shot offensively. No, Aaron can't find anything, though, and has to back out. You've got Aaron instead working the flank as Crowny gets a nice pick on Silver, and the
Ooh.
Rainmaker pops. Suddenly, Nito, Easy's 2 down with 15 seconds to go.
Not only that, but Frutella had 1 player in that custom blaster. Aaron was so far deep in enemy territory. That would have been special if they were able to keep them alive, but that was a delayed triple. Crowny looks like they're in much danger, but EasyMD, all they had to do was pick this Rainmaker
Well,
up
that
to
is
secure
game
a 3-1 lead.
4.
Heading into game 5, EasyMD looking as clean as ever in the latter half of that matchup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, game 1 looked like a little misstep on Urchin Zones, and a lot of people like to put an asterisk or a grain of salt next to Urchin Zones, and we're seeing why live here in this final set, because EasyMD is looking clean, they're looking sharp, they're not making mistakes, and they have full control of this set as we head back to zones for game 5.
Right, and I like the fact that EasyMD was, I mean, as soon as you get this further up, I kind of like it when teams continue to get points on the board, because even though you're still having a few players down, remember that Devin was somehow still alive. Tiki and Phoenix were just coming back, and you want to keep making these points happen and keep trying to get something to work. You just keep throwing things at the wall and hoping they stick. The good news for EasyMD is that most of them did stick around. Frutella, they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at EasyMD, especially pulling out this neat little trick that I like to call the slick walk. So cool, great news for you. Unfortunately, you are playing against EasyMD, and they just seem to have that. This is again why I talk about why that Kraken pick was incredible, because you foresaw this ink back coming out from Frutella. Frutella has been doing very well with that. Glad you make that pick.
Ooh,
Yes,
the
I
third
think it was
place
the
match,
perfect
the
pick for
Saga
this
Vanguard's
map.
winning, and
And kind of on
Hypernova
the other
wins
hand,
it and
too,
go into a
for
game
Frutella playing
9.
for their set lives, since we're going to zones on Mako Mart, do you think that Tri-Slosher sticks around?
When you're looking at Mako Mart, Tri-Slosher is certainly a weapon that you want to bring out, because not only do you have that cooler, you also have the Fizzy Bombs that I think do just a little bit more damage to opposing teams, especially when you get yourself past zone or past one of the stacks, but also because Tri-Slosher is just an excellent weapon to have whenever you're at a ledge-heavy map like Mako Mart. So it might just be the Tri-Slosher propagandist in me. I've been playing that weapon ever since the dawn of time, but I absolutely think it's a weapon you want to bring out.
Oh yeah, and we are gonna see it, I hope. Nope, we see the bucket. We see the bucket with the strikes, and we see the zones comp that won Frutella game 1 here with the V-Heavy and the Dynamo. Do you think that'll work here on Mako? And has Easy potentially maybe got an answer for it with their own comp?
It is worth noting that Frutella at least doesn't have to go double cooler again. They have a weapon with which to take back zone width, which is, you may argue, was something that they were missing in that Rainmaker matchup, especially since they were able to get up to 30 remaining. So I like it. I want to see what this pick comes out to, although I do like the idea of it, and I'm sure Frutella likes it as well, considering that they're now in the lead, and Slurp is just out in there wreaking havoc on EasyMD before they go down by Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game for zones, right? You want to be winning fights outside of the zone, but your opponents are distracted by it. As now it looks like Easy's going to be able to clinch that zone, still effectively a tie with only a difference of about 35 or so here, trying to move against those strikes as they're coming out from Slurp there. I think that's a good build to have on this map. If you ain't going to have the try, Nito, I think the V-Bucket's a great pick.
Ooh.
Oh, absolutely. And how Slurp has been playing, again, mechanically, with that Slosher, I think you're going to have a better time with that Slosher anyway. So, good pick on their end. I'm glad they're also going back to the V-Heavy
Ooh,
as well.
trade.
Zone seems to be a perfect map to bring out these area denial weapons for Frutella. It works out well for them. EasyMD, though, they're starting to challenge and actually starting to lose numbers as well.
Yeah, really remarkable to see. We're seeing very similar to what we saw in Game 1, where Frutella was dominant on zones. They lose their splashdown, though, that they had ready. Traded back out is the opposing blaster. The Booyah and some Sniper
Ooh.
and some Zap Magic is going to flip that zone back.
Aw.
Slurp is contesting the backline once again, is going to lose that fight. Trades up front, though, will take down Andy, which is going to really limit Frutella's paint for the next few seconds.
And you want to see that happen just a little bit more. EasyMD has these denial weapons, but part of that denial also comes in the amount of turf you have. Remember that turf is still a resource for you. That means how much you're able to get your ink back, how much you're able to move around. That is still a valuable resource for both of these teams, and I'm glad that EasyMD is certainly not forgetting that, especially with how much they have just down the line, looking straight forward, how much paint they have, how much green ink they have on the ground.
And look at this. This time we see Kiki working those ledges, making sure the V-Heavy can't stay in positions where it can hurt the team, and Andy goes down once again. The strikes are coming out, but it looks like Frutella could give up the lead here. Oh, EasyMD will hold on to that zone unless Aaron has something to say about it. With this splashdown, it won't neutralize the zone. Andy can't get it either. That's going to be the lead for EasyMD, and this is looking like they've learned a lot from that Game 1 loss. Andy now instead coming in, going down again. I think this is going to be it for EasyMD, as it's just Crowny and Aaron. Aaron goes down, and EasyMD is now within sniffing distance of that Division X championship.
That is interesting from EasyMD. Frutella looked like, we were talking about Frutella looking like they were in the better end of this matchup, but then EasyMD comes in later on and completely flips the script by a lot. It looked like I was watching two different matchups there. If I had looked away for even a split second, it would have seemed like I was looking at a different matchup, but EasyMD able to clean things up near the end here, and I love that for him, especially with how much, again, they were able to dominate on the paint side. This was a paint war by all means, and it seemed like for a majority of it, EasyMD was
Well,
winning.
isn't that the name of the game?
It seems like
Basically
they were.
a
We are
paint
going to take
war.
a super quick look in at our third place match, which is ongoing. We're looking at Synapse's POV as Usagi Fan Club and Hypernova are dueling it out to see who will be third place in LUTI Division X overall. Usagi Fan Club currently holds a 4-3 lead, and however, I should say, Hypernova is looking to threaten a Game 9 with 20 seconds to go on Museum Rainmaker. Nito, that looks like an awesome set.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Hypernova and Usagi Fan Club, just looking at the numbers alone, this should be a good match considering both of these teams lost 5-1. So, and just looking at the record alone, close matchup. But, I mean, it's glad that it's manifesting.
It's enough gets this
either
kill.
way, looking at Hypernova here, you do have one player sneaking around, and I'm glad
That
you're
is
able
a
to close
Game
the matchup
9.
just like that. Nothing could be simpler than just closing it out like that, but we are focused on the one matchup right in front of us. It's going to go to Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge, which Sofa King, I do believe that EasyMD is on match point, and you know what? They also have all four of their players ready to go. Frutella is still waiting to make their choices here.
Yeah, they could be trying to brainstorm, because I don't think you're going to want Tri-Slosher on this one. The bucket, I think, is going to come back. You definitely don't want to do Heavy and Dynamo, because you want to be able to get in and score those clams a little more often. We've talked about this a lot as we've gone on, Nito, but in that set, the set that Frutella lost to EasyMD 3-5 in the regular LUTI season, this was one of their 3 wins, Clam Blitz on Scorch. So maybe they can make some magic happen and extend this championship set just a little longer for us.
They're going to be playing with a lot against you. EasyMD is going to be bringing out all the stops. I like that bubble is still there for EasyMD. Worked out exceptionally well on past
They
Clan
did
Blitz
do
matches.
Tri-Slosher.
I do
That's
like that
crazy.
Frutella,
Not
though,
the
they do have
bucket.
these
And they
Ultra Stand
opted
coming back.
for
They have
the
52
mini.
gal as well, which should serve purposes of further area denial, but while still having the mobility of a frontline weapon.
Yeah, that is a fun, super fast comp that Frutella's going, and it's quite a few changes from what they're running, especially in the Zones game, so I'm eager to see if it'll work for them, as suddenly Easy goes 2 down. The Hammer trying to work up and chip another, as Andy was so strong on that mini in the previous set, is going to get enough to score here. 2 down still on EasyMD, as now Phoenix is trying to work the front line as well as Andy goes down.
It's
Crowning
the
taking
thing
a
is
nice
bugged.
aggressive
What?
position with Aaron and Slurp, but both Aaron and Slurp will go down, and that is the end of that push, almost certainly.
Oh, absolutely. With the triple like that, there's nothing that Frutella can do other than just shrug their shoulders and go ahead and wait for the next opportunity. But what I'm also interested in seeing is the Tri-Slosher Nouveau Ditto that we have here. I was not expecting one Tri-Slosher to come out, let alone two, so I'm wondering what EZMD has at their disposal now that they have at least one cooler in with them. It's not a consistent cool as you may have liked with this weapon, with what other weapons Phoenix are able to bring out, but EZMD is just slowly creeping themselves up towards the lead, and with 2 players down and Aaron left, they might just be able to get something by, but it doesn't look like they're going to do it now.
Yeah, with how good Devin has been, you can never count it out, right? But they are not going to get it at that point, as both Tri-Sloshers are now off the board. Devin's setting up in that top mid, which is going to really push back a lot of these. Oh my gosh, never mind. Andy said, bye-bye, E-Leader. I would like to play the game now, as suddenly Easy's down 2, down 3. Long wipe. It's just Devin swimming back. They've got to get clams together, though, before they can get another push going.
Whatever you do, I can do it cooler. That is the slogan of the Ultra Stamp, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Is Frutella able to... Oh, no, doesn't sneak by this power clam. Dandy has another chance at it and does actually get the power clam through, but EZMD cleaning it up fairly quickly. And the best part about those super jumps is getting them as soon as they come in, so well done there by EZMD, who look exceptionally well, setting themselves up for this next push.
Oh, unless there's a nice trade up front, though. Silver's going to get traded out as well. Devin will as well. Now, they did get the lead there, Nito, but I mean, it's kind of similar to Frutella. They lost everybody in the process, so they can't get a sustained push. That's only going to be, like 29 or so points, so power and 4 clams will flip it the other way. This is still a very tight game.
Very tight indeed, and with how fast EZMD was able to get close to this opposing basket, even after that huge wipeout that we saw earlier, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I'm glad that EZMD was able to get themselves back up, but Frutella, with how well they've been doing defensively throughout the rest of these games that have been playing out today, I'm kind of surprised that EZMD was able to just kind of walk in and take as much turf as they were able to.
Devin said nope
It's
to that pen.
impressive for sure. Oh my goodness, it's Devin. It doesn't matter what range you're at, Devin's going to find a way to get you back to spawn. It's just insane. It's now Slurp's driving forward. Is going to get picked and pinched by Phoenix and Silver there. As look at all these clams that EZMD is building up. It looks as though they're trying to get a knockout online now as they have full control of mid. Aaron is trying to poke at them as well. It's going to have to back off. They don't have other frontline help, though. Now the rest of Frutella is coming in, but Slurp getting isolated by the Booyah.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, instead it's going to get one from EZMD, trading out the other Tri-Slosh there. Devin, though, trying to get set up, has that wave breaker ready. Nito, I've seen a lot of Kraken use on this stage as well. Which one do you like better for Devin, that wave breaker that they are using or the Kraken here?
Well, with the situation they're at now, it's going to have to be that wave breaker. You certainly don't want certainly don't want to see yourself getting in the way of danger, getting in harm's way. So EZMD is going to have to sit back, let Devin do their thing, let everyone else do their thing, but as soon as I say that, you got 2 players going down, so that wave breaker is going to be exceptionally well if you can get that set up sometime soon.
Oh my gosh, and Slurp getting a crazy pick up front, which will be the ball. They just need 3 clams, and Aaron's got him with the wall. The ball from Andy as well is going to be the lead. Only one left, I think, is swimming back in from spawn. It's going to be picked there. Now, on the opposite end here, you've got, 40? You've got 2 powers and 2 clams to take back the lead for Easy. That is not easy to do, especially when Aaron comes up and gets 1, drops his fighting Silver. No, will get picked by Silver, but Slurp is able to get Devin, so no backline presence. And look at that Tri-Slosher putting up so much ink there, denying that space from EZMD. They've got the Booyah, though. This Booyah could be the scoring moment. No, Phoenix instead is picked by Slurp. Aaron will get Silver. Kiki now is the only one left who's trying to make something happen here up front. Will bubble. Devin, another chance. Kiki will go down, though. They have to swim in now, but a hammer is in their way. They do get one up front, but Silver is picked by the hammer. Just Devin now, who will go down. The overtime timer dies, and Frutella, the prophecy, Nito, has come true, has won on Clam Scorch, and we are going to Game 7.
I don't know, okay, I need to tell you right now, as a Tri-Slosher player, I see no way in which Slurp is able to stay alive for that long, to create that much of a distraction for EZMD, to create that much impact for Frutella, and of course, the wonderful snipe that we had here from Andy's Ultra Stamp. But my goodness, at one point before that push, I talked about how Frutella. I'm kind of surprised they were allowed to let EasyMD. They were allowing EasyMD to move up as far up as they did. But then Frutella comes back, says, "Okay, we heard exactly what you said. We're gonna prove you wrong. Watch this. EasyMD can do whatever they want. They're not scoring in our basket." And you know what they did? They almost didn't score at that basket.
It was pretty crazy, but I mean, what a match, and that was really kind of what you need to get back into this one with Frutella. And here's the thing about when you're down 4-1 in a set, right, Nito, and you want to get that win. If Frutella had won this game like 100-0, I feel like that does nothing for them, right? Like, you won this game, but, you know, you can kind of shake that off and go next. But because that was such like an uplifting, like spiritually uplifting, like, yes, we did it kind of a win, you know? That is the kind of thing that can get a team's mentality back into this set.
It's the kind of win that ends most 80s and 90s films with a slow motion shot of everyone high-fiving each other. It cuts to a freeze frame. It cuts to like some inspirational, motivational song as the credits roll in. But the credits are not rolling in just yet. You still have a lot more to go through. Unlike the third place matchup, of which Hypernova actually won 5-4 against Usagi Fan Club, they will be taking up that last spot on the podium. So congrats to them. Hats off to them winning a Game 9 thriller. As for us, we still have yet to decide who's taking spots 2 and 1 on the podium right now. EasyMD is the closest, but I'm keeping an eye on you, Frutella. You are slowly catching up.
It ain't over till it's over, as they say. As we move to tower control on Undertow Spillway. This is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see some good play from those buckets. We're going to see the 52 with the wall taking up like half of one side of the map. So I'm really curious to see how these players are executing their positioning, especially Aaron retaining that 52 and the bubble from Andy. I really like these comp switches from Frutella.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's why I saw that Zimmy and I thought, okay, you're bringing out a bubble. That is interesting. I like that you're bringing that up for you, especially now that the sticker stamp is coming out for EasyMD. They have a Booyah Bomb to look forward to. And with how well they're able to do on a team side, especially with how well they were able to coordinate these specials, that bubble is certainly going to be useful for you if you want to slow down EasyMD.
Frutella does go down a bit right away as that first checkpoint is cleared by EasyMD. Phoenix forcing another jump out there. Andy's got the bubble ready for the retake, but on the other side, a wave breaker and a bubble as well as Kiki working that ledge, forcing everybody off of this second checkpoint. And oh my gosh, Nito, in the blink of an eye, EasyMD has cleared the second checkpoint and is marching their way towards a set win.
I see Devin smells blood in the water going for those snipes early, but like he said, they're already up to 33 remaining, and they've got a wipeout as well. We haven't even gotten a minute past. Now we have, but my goodness, EasyMD looking to close this out very quickly. They're already through this third checkpoint. And if they go even further, they will be securing this Division X championship. They absolutely will bring in the GG Booyah. Division X going to EasyMD as they beat Frutella 5-2.
Outstanding work, and one game better than they did it in the regular season when they beat them 5-3. Now they beat them 5-2 in a far higher stakes match, and EasyMD are not only your LUTI Division X champions, but by proxy, the champions of all of LUTI by winning the highest div. Congratulations to EasyMD. You guys are awesome.
And what's more of a surprise is how quickly all of this happened. I don't even know if we have enough highlight for the rest of this matchup because it happened quite literally almost within a minute. I mean, we're at the past the minute stage. Between now on and the rest of it, there's not much that goes on that leads to EasyMD winning it all.
I'm just too shocked to be like
right at the right time. I will say. I mean, you're at 5 remaining. Might as well pop it just for good measure, but.
It happened so fast.
It was really interesting, right? It almost seemed like EasyMD saw that Frutella had that really speedy comp change for the previous game and was like, okay, well, we can play that game. They've been showing that high-octane offense all day. So they said, all right, well, we'll just outspeed you because we do that all the time. And it led to a very quick win for them.
And that's the scariest part about any of these matches, that any of them could have ended in the blink of an eye, like with what EasyMD was able to show there. and I still surprised bring reset in this season, but I'm kind of surprised that this ended the way it did.
It is interesting, right? Especially since, like we're seeing in chat, EZMD only had 7 out of 150 people to predict them to win Div X in fantasy. Now, hey, the people doing fantasy, you're all great, but we're not all experts, right? Sometimes we can be wrong. 143 of you were wrong. And us, really, because I was part of that number, and I did not pick EZMD either. But here they are, atop the mountain, Nito. And, I mean, we just have to appreciate everything that not only the LUTI TOs have done, but that all of these players have done to be able to, give us such outstanding matches to play. We saw 3 terrific sets today, and I mean, it just made for a great afternoon. Hopefully you all had as much fun as we did.
There is so many stories to tell from each game that we casted. And the good news about that is that if you want to watch more stories unfold in front of you, we still have the 8 quarterfinals coming your way later tonight, along with the rest of the playoff matches that we have to get through. There's still a lot more on the docket.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning. I think that Div X was the first division that we crowned, so we still have 10 more of them to go, folks. You can see our matches there that are coming up during our regular broadcast later tonight. But Nito, where can the good folks of chat find you between now and your next appearance on the mic?
Well, if you want to find me anywhere, it's going to be Nito Unused at bsky.social, Nito Unused on Twitch, in a rare occasion that you do find me. And if you want to find me anywhere else, I have just weird meeting thing to get through in, like, I don't know, 15 minutes, so I suppose that's important. In reality, LUTI Div X is a little more important to me, but hey, priorities and whatnot, yada, yada, yada.
I feel ya. Hey, folks, well, no socials to follow for me at this point, but you can find me on Splatoon Tourney here on this channel whenever there's fun and good matches to be had. The only self-plug that I have is that I just bought a house, so my days this spring are going to be filled with cleaning, painting, moving, etc. Lots of busy days coming up in my future. But also, thank you. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. But I mean, it is always a pleasure to commentate with you, Nito. I could not be more thrilled that we got to do this today.
Oh, absolutely. And it is a privilege to be doing Division X above all of these. Above all else, it's a privilege to do Div X, but it's also a privilege to be doing this at any point, with any team, on in any competition, just because I love doing what I do in front of the mic, and I love doing it with all the lovely people at Splatoon Tourney, and for all of these lovely matchups that we have going on for you. But hey, don't go anywhere. Come back later tonight if you are going to go anywhere. There's going to be more LUTI playoff action with Div 5 and Div 8 quarterfinals coming in then, but as for us, that's going to be it for us today. See you later on LUTI tonight, LUTI this morning, LUTI afternoon, wherever it might be. We hope to see you there.
And that is it. That is EZMD taking the win. It looks like the third place has ended with the game 9 and Hypernova taking third place. Congratulations to EZMD for taking the win. That was definitely a lot of hype. It was so hyped that I couldn't be hype. Congrats. Now, I am going to end the stream. Can I, like... Turn off the... There we go. I am going to end stream here. IPL is still alive with Lowing Day 2. And I recommend watching them. In fact... we are going to raid them. They're live with Low Ink April 2026 Day 2. And it's all low-level players. It has also there's some very hyped games. There's currently a crab going on. A crab game. I think it'll be definitely fun to watch. Anyway, see ya. Bye.